if we win, these are the terms we're going to dictate to you. If we lose, we're going to dictate to you exactly the same terms. We are not prepared, ultimately, to change our views on anything. I mean, all that we're prepared to do is to give you a few bromides about how actually, no, really, we're not
hey guys.
you at all, even though it's absolutely obvious that we are. I mean, not only are these people themselves stupid, which they self-evidently are, but they make the dangerous mistake of thinking that the Russians are stupid. The Russians will be able to see
All right,
right through all of this. So, I mean,
hey, comfy soda,
perspective of this.
sofa.
I mean, this is a real negotiating
Get
strategy.
the
It's not
comfy
negotiating.
chair. Three main weapons are fear, surprise, and an almost fanatical devotion to the Pope. Amongst our weapons are. All right, so still don't have the heat down, so I'm not wearing a jacket. The stock is at 5. Sorry, just getting my quote up. The stock is at 512. It was as high as 522. And I listened to Arca earlier, not for the whole time, but he was saying he's not convinced that we don't have a pullback coming. He admitted he could be wrong. I spoke with Ham earlier, and one technician told him that I've got to get it right. Well, he talked to two technicians. One said 650 and the other one said 750 is the next target. So I forget which one was which. I'm sure he'll tell you on this call. FINRA says they can't make shorts to cover. How corrupt are they? That's what FINRA said about MMTLP. They can't make shorts to cover. It might be true. FINRA's membership are the broker dealers. I think they're still in charge of broker licensing because it was the NASD. But it might be true FINRA can't do anything. Maybe they have to go to the SEC. I don't know. That gets into a technical area. Who legally can force brokerage firms to put the gun in their mouth and pull the trigger. And I don't know who that is. I wouldn't be surprised if it's the SEC, not FINRA. FINRA said they cannot open MMTLP for position close only. I personally think that's great because I wouldn't trust it, but I'm in a minority on that. I think by stopping trading on December 9th, FINRA took away the trading days of December 9th and December 12th. And once gone, it's like putting one of those, rain things, ponchos that come all sealed and vacuumed. You open up, put it on, you can't get it back in. I don't think they can get it done. Making primes. God. Lordy. Lordy, lordy, lordy. As my sister says. I need my glasses, which I thought I had right here. I do. It's amazing. Do you see these right here? These are 150s. They're made in Shein in China because we can't make anything anymore. We don't have factories anymore. We just have super genius financial people. But anyway, for the cost of just a few dollars, I can read. It's amazing. But these are a petroleum product. This is petroleum. This is petroleum. My little thing here is mostly plastic. It's petroleum. Just remember that when you judge. Ye who judge. Ye who judge hydrocarbons. Oh. Still loading GTII. Last week of buying got my average down to 1 from 5. Well, see, Lee Wills, I happen to be in your camp, and I think instead of playing the victim, you said to yourself, you know what? These guys are giving me a chance to buy more shares. I can lower my cost average. I think it's brilliant. And, you know, one other thing you could do is I guess this isn't going to work. One other thing you could do is now that you've gotten the price down to 1, you could sell. I'm not saying right now, and I think you'd have to wait 30 days. Let me think that through. I'm not sure you do have to wait, but if you have your full position, anyway, figure it out, sort it out the way you want to do it. But you could sell your original position and take a $5 loss, and then that's there to offset gains on the way back up and gains and against your income. But you don't have to do that. But I think it's brilliantly that that's what you did. Do you agree with Ham? Who was this? I don't know what happened to my eyes. Doctor, my eyes. Do you agree with Ham? Yes. I'll just say that. I always agree with Ham. Willis, okay. Wills. That's it. That's perfectly Wills. Everybody always gets my last name wrong. Mr. Ferrand. I guess I just can't make anything. What's a good starting price for selling? It is too much screen time. I think I'm starting to lose my marbles, frankly. I'm losing my humanity. So Pharaoh asked, do you agree with Ham 15 before nosebleed? You said last week August is the month. I don't know if I said August is the month. I don't remember making that categorical a statement. I said I thought August could be the month, but if I said it, I said it. I'm not trying to. The only thing I'm saying, Pharaoh, is it could be August, but it could be September, or it could be. I would say those are the 2 months, August and September, maybe October. But my reasoning is, Pharaoh, that the chart is showing buying in such consistent strength. Somebody's buying. And I don't think a buyer like that would stop and then let the shorts have an opportunity to destroy their position they're accumulating. But could it be September? Sure. I mean, and it could be October. If everyone's on vacation, it could slide to October. But my feeling is August is the month, Pharaoh. But I don't ever recalling saying it is going to be August. That's it. I thought it could have been last month, and that's why I had a lot of call options that expired. And I thought it could have been last October, last November, and I had a lot of call, and maybe even December. I had a lot of call options that expired back then too. I really thought that GTII and Finger were on the verge. That time I thought GTII would lead it, but I thought they were on the verge of their squeezes. And as I've said many times, we got convinced to go over to a better opportunity that we hardly knew anything about, and the people recommending it didn't have any idea either. And in retrospect, and so we killed our own squeezes. But this time I think it's Finger that'll go first, and I wouldn't have been surprised if it happened last month, the way the volume was building, because this has been a multi-week trend. So that's the first part of your question. Do I think it could be August? Yes. Do I think it could be September? Yes. Could it go into October? Sure. But I wouldn't want to bet that it's September and not be in it for August. I'll put it that way. The second part of your question, Ham thinks it's going to go to 15, then nosebleed. I think to the extent that these charts matter at all, which I'm not sure that they do, I think the next stop, you might see a little bit of a, shuffle around 650, but I think the next stop is 750, and I think at 750, these are give or takes. At 750, I think it's going to punch through and go higher, maybe as high as 9. But I emphasize the 750 as a place where it might pull back to, maybe 775, fat finger. And then that'll just be coming back to test, because I think through 750, that'll be through a trend line, and they'll want to try to test it. Or it gets to 750, pulls back a bit, then it goes through. Anyway, once it does all that, and I don't think it'll take long, I think 950 is the next spot. I can't quite tell you the next number because this chart didn't print out the numbers, but I would say instead of 15, I would probably say $20 or $21 is next. And I don't see any resistance. I see a number that's quite plausible, pausing space at $56. And I also see two targets of my own creation at $70 a share. So, yeah, I would agree in essence with Ham's summary. If Ham told you $15, then nosebleed, I would agree with that. In general. No, I can't get this air conditioning. It's weird. It doesn't really go above 80. Well, I don't know. Yesterday it was 88. Horrible. But the fan goes, the overnight it gets a little bit cool, so it's like there is some cooling going on. But I don't know. I watched 4 or 5 videos on the stupid Honeywell nightmare. Who creates these things? Just give a button. On, off, temperature. That's all I need. Hey, the Grizz. RC LaBelle. Pickleball helps. Your birthday is the 3rd, so you're a Leo. We are the champions. We are the champions. No kind of loser. I thank you for that advice, because I do think it might be my capacitor. Then again, it might be the nut behind the wheel. If you have a dehumidifier setting, that's what we used to. Wow, dehumidifier. I just think everything's been it's all schlock workmanship. And it's a fine time to leave me, Lucille. 4 hungry children and a crop in the field. You picked a fine time to leave me, Lucille. His hands were shaking. What's love got to do with it? All right, so we've got 3 minutes for the big dude. Set at 70 degrees. All right, I'll try that. That's good advice. Yeah, the Django Unchanged. I think DiCaprio is a great actor. That was hard. I don't remember watching that movie all the way through, because some of the scenes are just so appalling. So appalling. So what do I have here? 990, so that would be... Oh, all right, 2 minutes for the Hammeister. I just sold 4 of my $5 calls. So now, before we get online and before I forget, I want to buy... I'm going to buy... We'll be on here in a second. Relax, everyone. Relax, everyone. Okay, so I sold 5 of my 5s at $1. And now I'm trying to buy 10 of the 7s at 60 cents. So I'm replacing it with higher price, and I don't know if it's smart, but you end up with all right, I got to call in. He's going to get mad. He's going to get mad. He's going to say, where have you been?
All right, you ready to start?
I'm ready to start. Everyone can't wait to hear your comments.
All right, everybody, welcome to another Friday of this nonsense. But I played pickleball this morning, and I ripped up a bunch of young guys. I put some targets on their chest, and I nailed them one at a time. And they actually knew I was coming for them. So now I'm fired up
that I nailed them all. But again, this is Security Fraud 101. This is our opinion. This isn't taken as security advice. If the SEC is listening, we are here to educate the masses of this fraud. Yesterday, everyone got to see the story with the big frog on it, telling you how their FINRA, the SEC, basically were being looted through Europe, and everybody knows how this is going down now. Okay, and obviously the U.S. brokers are not doing their part, otherwise it would end. There's a lot of chains, a lot of parts of this fraud. If anybody did any part to stop it, it would be over. But we're getting to the point where we have the regulators, we have the FBI, some people reached out to the DOJ, and I'm sure the heat is on in D.C., and hopefully Anna can call in today and give us an update on what's going on in D.C., which I believe is very strong. William, I'm just going to start and go from here. Let me start off with GTII for a second.
I'm not sure I could stop you.
Okay. You can't. I'm ready. If you think my energy was high yesterday, I'm ripping, ready to go today. Again, GTII. We started 3 years ago with a toxic note. I knew nothing about these characters. They had a note, they got paid off, and the fight begun. We started off with a toxic note. Now we have the Kramers, from what we're hearing, get ready to be superstars again and make the SEC roll call. Watch the police blotter. I guess it's going to come up shortly. They'll make their round again. And who knows what's going to happen here. Gretchen Morgensen always told me the federal authorities wanted to put these guys away years ago. She told me, as a matter of fact, based on her story about loan sharking and threatening people, Gretchen was trained by Patrick Byrne on naked short selling. She was a broker. She understands it very well. She is well versed on the Kramers. I've been sending her stuff for 2.5 years now on it. Okay, so I expect the Kramers to really catch a beating in the next couple of weeks. So now we have the toxic note paid off. We know how big the short is. We actually know the Kramers are going down. We have people that went to the FBI. That's a fact, besides myself. And we know their prime broker, thanks to the lady from DBMM, is Alpine. Alpine, we reported it, then Alpine blew up. The DTC gave us proof that they're naked short GTII. We have that, a concentrated short position. Never have I ever seen the DTC or the SEC describe a short position. Okay, this was done in a court document, nothing to do with some hokey-pokey guys posting, William and Ham and Eggs over here posting, and the Water Boy posting on Twitter, that what we hear, what we say, these are facts. It's all right there. The Kramers have been labeled bad actors by FINRA and the SEC before. Again, these are toxic loan guys who took it to the next level and just destroyed companies by settling against that debenture. The debenture is gone, and now they're exposed. We gave you the Kramers. We gave you the short. We gave you the prime broker. We got proof from the DTC. Do you think we're going away? Absolutely not. But sometimes things flip-flop, and finger motion just happen to step to the front line now. And due to their increasing revenue and the company's growth, this seemed to take off, and now it's taking a life on its own. And this one looks like it's going to go first. All right. So again, the shorts keep trying to hold it down. Again, real shorts let the stocks go higher. Naked shorts try to hold it down all the time. Accumulation is the killer. Okay. That's what I preach. I always tell people, if you want to purchase it, just buy half and bid for half. That's the way to do it. If you want to buy options, you buy half and bid for half. That's the way to do it. It drives them crazy because the shorts are looking for stupid investors to pay any price and then drive it down. We are not that gang. I hope everyone has been educated. These calls are about teaching you how to fight back and how to handle the criminals. There's not many tricks they can do. The only trick they have is they can sell counterfeit shares and not get forced to deliver it. All right? They do have margin problems. For the 1,000th time, no one is playing for free. If they didn't have a problem, they would let the stock go higher. Why wouldn't you let the stock go to $50? Short it down from there and have a party. They can't. That's why they keep trying to mark it down and hold it down. It's very easy to see. It's the same patterns every day. Now, William, let me go over what I see in finger motion. All right,
Please do.
Quick. Okay, you're right. You can't stop me, so don't even bother. So finger motion, I just recapped for you, everyone before. These guys are so stuck, and it's the cardinal sin as a trader is not to make a bet and not to double down, not to triple down, quadruple down, but they don't know how to take a loss, okay? And that tells me right away that whoever's doing this is a renegade and does not work at a real hedge fund, because a real hedge fund would tap you on the shoulder, or Stevie Cohen or any of those guys would take you, open the window, throw you out. If you don't know how to take a loss, winning is easy, taking a loss is hard. These guys are sitting here playing, and they just keep compounding their problem. So this is like a trade that they're trying to hide from their boss right now, all right? Or if it's sanctioned by their boss, whatever. But again, this trade has gotten so crazy that they're short 162 million. They're short 800,000 real shares that they're paying a fee to. So every day that cost on that stock, if they shorted it at $1.50, after the cost for a week, maybe it's $1.47 is the most they can make. $1.37, it keeps going down because of the cost to carry. So again, 162 million naked short, 800,000 of the real all underwater. Okay, I believe they're selling calls naked. They're plugging the people buying calls. Okay, so that's their third short. They did the crazy trade with the puts to themselves. All right, so they created these puts and they shorted stock against the puts. The puts are going to zero. Okay, and the stock they shorted to hold the stock down, to knock it down, is starting to go into the red. So it's another loser. These guys have compounded this problem tenfold, and they still can't knock the stock down. Knock the stock down means back to $1.50, $2. They can't. This thing is ready to explode. Everyone who does charting keeps calling me up, telling me the numbers they see based on whatever Ouija board they're looking at. Again, I'm not a chart guy. I listen to them, but it's not my thing. It's hard to chart fraud. But again, I do believe the federal government is going to get these guys. I think that the cat's out of the bag. The truck will be out again. We're deciding whether it's New York and D.C. again. We will not stop. I do believe the truck is going to be outside the Lynn's office of Madison Avenue. All right? And we're not letting these guys get away. All right? Those four morons that you see in the picture, they couldn't trade their way out of a paper bag. All they are is paper pushers, sign this paper, sign here, and we promise we won't short. That's all they do. I spoke about CELU. I met the company, great people. The guy was a neurosurgeon and a trauma center. The highest level, and this guy was the top of the top. But when it comes to running a public company, he needed money. This was a spin-off of Biogen. The company's destroyed. They took money from Yorkville. I posted it 1,000 times. Do not buy this stock. It was 75, 80 cents. They raised $6 million. Now the stock is 35. They raised another $3 million. The company's going to get booted off the NASDAQ because they don't make the dollar requirement. So I expect the company to come out with some sort of crazy news shortly. Do not chase it. Do not buy it. It's a trap. The guys who gave the money are sitting here looking to blast it into you so they can get their money off the table. That's how it's done. And I warned you, I don't own the stock. I loved everything about what they were doing. But again, they're dead in the water. The company will have to be reversed. Okay? Again, That was a spinoff of Biogen. Real deal company, destroyed, working on infectious diseases. So if you think this is a joke, just look at what they did to that company. I don't own it, but I told everybody to stay away. Once I seen them make the bad moves, again, very awful. They should be speaking to Mark Bazile, getting rid of those toxic guys and suing them as an unregistered toxic lender. All right? So Cream Cheese, reach out to them. Get that deal done. Get it to Mark Bazile. They need to be saved. Do the right thing. Get off your fat ass and get it done. Anyway, let's move on. William, any questions?
Somebody's pointing out that Theta isn't losing value when the options change, so that's good. I don't know what it means. One person is
Options will expand a little bit today. Okay.
Yeah.
They still don't expand them that much. Just watch the put side, the 4s and the 5s where they had the volume in these things. You know, they did these crosses at $2, you know, whatever it was. They're down to 160 to 175. There's no market in these puts. The only players are the criminals, and they are stuck. So they can't get out of those things.
One person thanks you. He has averaged down in GTII starting with $5. He's under $1 after 5 months. He thanks you for the education.
I feel terrible that you had a high price. I can't stop the security fraud. Again, we've delivered everything we said. And believe me, it's taken 3 years. We got the toxic note. We've got the criminals exposed. We got their prime broker exposed. And this all came from help from an unlikely source, the CEO of DBMM. So everyone is bringing something to the table. Shareholders have gone to the FBI. I've gone to the FBI. We put a truck in front of the SEC. This wasn't a one-day trade. This was something we created and fought back with to hopefully get you a life-changing situation, which I believe we're close to having. That's what this is about. Education. You seem to read the story with the frog. I can't remember all the names on there. But again, I told you I met with Jon Stewart. I know Charlie Payne. I've contacted everyone every day, every night. You know, after I'm watching a baseball game or something, I get out there and I research and I do everything I can to try to help everyone so we can carry these clowns out. And everyone, you're welcome. You don't have to thank me.
One person says that Monster Drinks will hire you as a spokesperson. And you need an energy drink for...
Imagine me on an energy drink.
Several questions are in the same area. So one is, do I agree with you that it goes to 15, then nosebleed? Another is, does it go to 14, then to 28? In general, and they're just asking price targets on Finger.
Again, listen, it's hard to tell a price target until it starts to dance. Again, if it pops to 10, you're going to get a bunch of stupid hedge funds. They're going to come out there, and this is exactly what they're going to say. How do I know it? Because I've seen it 1,000 times by the people that I used to cover. They'll say, what's this piece of shit that just went from 5 to 10? They have no idea, and the first thing they'll say is, hey, sell 50 short for me.
50,000.
50,000, yeah. That's, you know, I thought with that. It'll pop to 12 and 13, and they'll say, hey, sell another 50. Now they're in for 100. They got their friends short. Just like we tell our friends to buy stock, they tell their friends to short it. These are real hedge funds. They could be in Paris, they could be in New York, LA, whatever. All of a sudden, the stock jumps to 20. These guys will say, F this, buy me in. But then there's a new group of guys coming in that do the same thing. And they short it at 20, and they break at 25, and it just keeps going. And those are the type of trades when you can see those happening. And you can tell when those happen because they come in and they put up a wall for a couple of minutes, and then it takes off again. All right, so that's what you have to, and that's what you have to pay attention to, because that will lead to the next spike. Those type of trades of what happened in GameStop. Each level, new guys came in, they bought puts, they shorted the stock, and they left. We're going to catch this to 50 to 0, 75 to 0, 100 to 0, and they all turn around, and now they're buying it. And the new group of guys come in and say, okay, I shorted it 50, I bought it back at 100. Screw this, I'm going to short it at 150. I'm going to get to the top. You remember, the short sellers all want to ring the bell and catch the top. That's their game. And when you see that, that's when you get this many-day run. You'll get a run for a bunch of days.
What?
On an HKD, there was no resistance. So the shorts in the name just got roasted alive, and it was over with quick. That's the two different ways you can see a short squeeze begin. I see this as a Volkswagen squeeze where it starts to pop and will carry on for a few days to big numbers. That's what I see.
So can you elaborate on the timing? Once it crosses some number that it starts, how long do you think it takes?
Listen, listen, it got to 7. Obviously, it's $7. I would tell people, don't walk around New York City. It's going to be jumpers. Something's going on around that number. If they didn't have a problem, they wouldn't push it from $7.20 back to $4 in 2 days unless they had a huge problem. Okay? Then they sold all the stock back down again, and now we're going back up again. So they just created a bigger hold. The hole gets bigger, just like I told you. These aren't legitimate people because the legitimate guy would take his loss and move away. These guys are here. It's a kamikaze. They're going to walk away from the trades. Some LLC, some prime broker. I hope it's Jeffries, because when it goes, besides, rolling back into GTII, you can look at puts in Jeffries down the road, because Jeffries is a prime broker. When this thing starts to take a big run, just like GameStop, everyone was going, the prime brokers got hit because GameStop went. You know the prime broker. Their prime broker is Jeffries. You don't have to guess. All right? We've seen it in their filings. We reposted it. So what you do as a trader or investor, you try to be ahead of it and think of the next move. My move is looking at this and saying, okay, if this takes off and I see the stock really going, I'm going to buy puts on Jeffries because I know that Lynn can't afford this, and Jeffries is going to take a hit on it also. I don't need to say it's Goldman's prime broker. This is a direct hit on Jeffries. So that's how you think ahead. I think ahead and say, okay, Finger's going to go. I'm looking at puts in Jeffries. If Finger starts running towards 20, then I'm looking at puts in Jeffries. All right, because remember, it's going to be, and I won't take the front month because Credit Suisse went out of business a few months down the road after taking all those big hits. All right, so it takes a little time. It's a lag effect, but you have to get in before the shit hits the fan. Because once everyone figures out that they're dead, that's when these things drop like stones. So that's how I look at it, and that's the way it was trained. If this happens, I'm going to look at shorting Jeffries on a big run, and then I can start, buying back into GTI in size. That's the way a hedge fund would think about how we're going to play this position. Right, so there's many moves that you look at this. For all I know is GT may not go, and maybe, Wolf goes first. I don't know. Maybe one of a Wolf goes, because of Bitcoin. I don't know. But that's how I always try to plan 3 steps ahead.
One gentleman is putting his orders in through BNP Paribas, and they're not letting him buy GTII, which is interesting. Another gentleman, Ron Pivo, has put Mark Bazile in contact with Senator Ron Wyden, and they'll be contacting you. He heads up the Finance Committee in the Senate, and they're going to be contacting you.
Well, you got to tell me I got to go get a haircut.
Well, it's the cheapest part of your budget.
Don't worry about my dog. My wife uses the what do you call the electric thing that we shave the dog with on my head.
Skinny Whale is here. She's saying the $30 put for September has a 55-cent spread. She must be talking about
Jeffries. So what you do is if it's 55 cents, you know what? If you want to be ahead of the curve, you could put, buy 5 at 30 cents, 5 at 25 cents, 25 at 15 cents. So if the stock ever spikes up, you get hit on all of them. Or the premium comes out. That's a good way to do it if you want to do it then. But I'm waiting for the run first before I get into something else.
If Finger gets to a little bit higher here, is every trade that these idiots at Lind Partners sold underwater?
Yes. Huge problem.
And is someone accumulating, Finger?
Yes.
I don't mean to laugh, but
if you can't see that, so the most important thing in fighting the devil here is they need volatility. They need the stock to swing. That's why you see it in Tesla and these crazy names. They're up and down 15, 20 points a day because hedge funds can make money on those swings. Even the short sellers, they can short it when it drops back down. Let's say someone's short, I'll give you an example. Let's say someone's short NVIDIA at $400. And you say, okay, it's 466. How the hell, how can they get out of this mess? Well, with the stock at 466 today, let's say they sell 50,000 at 466, and the stock drops $3. They cover it, and they say, okay, we made back $3. Now instead of being short at 400, we're short at 403, and they keep trying to earn back into it so they can stay short. And meanwhile, bring up their average on their short. That's what they do on the short side. Okay, they sell it, they buy it back, they have a big position that's upside down, and they keep trying to fix it. That's what they do. All right, so they do the same thing like we do. They take the gentleman who average down in GTI. These guys are doing the same thing on the average on the short side. The only reason they can do it is volatility. When there's no volatility, then it's just death to the short sellers. It's just death. They need to try to create the short, and that's why you see them attack it and come after it real quick, because they need to.
Well, they tried to do it this morning, and they had absolutely no luck. And
right. Well, that's.
Yeah, go ahead.
I'm just saying, but that's what they need to do is create these air pockets and try to hopefully. They're shorting always up here, trying to hold it down, put more stock out there for sale. But again, if they don't push it down, they can't, like people say, how do you know they're not covering? Because we study this. We watch every trade. I just told you in a Tesla and NVIDIA, they can swing the stock back and forth, and they can short it. And let's say they shorted it at 520. You could see them buy it back at 480, but they don't buy any back.
Right.
It's just all they just keep doing is piling more on.
Right. And
that means it's a kamikaze missions. They have enough fuel to go one way, and then they crash and burn. That's what's happening here. And it's thankful for listen, it sucks that we've been here, that they don't break, but the SEC is allowing you, okay, to have potentially the greatest trade ever in your life right in front of you. And it's all based on one thing, security fraud, and they allow it.
Do you think that Lind Partners and everybody has ammo enough that they're suckering us? I'm using that word. They're sucking us in now, and they're going to drive it back down. I'm paraphrasing the question.
If they had the money and they thought they can win, they would suck us in at $10 or $12. I told you I would do. If I was them, I'd do exactly what I just told you. Lynn, let the stock go to 12. We'll be glad to pay 12 for it. This way you can short it down. They can't. They won't. They need it down. They don't have the money.
that's basically it. If you want to go on, Anna is going to come on. I don't know when she's going to call in. People are talking about the Senate Finance Committee is going to be going to the SEC. Somebody on the House Finance Committee is going to the SEC. This is the result of what I recall, something like 5 billion. It might be as high as 7 billion imprints that the army of people involved here got into Congress and to the regulators. It's incredible. It's absolutely incredible.
Well, again, I've been doing this a long time, and the MMTLP community, because they were all trapped, basically band together. Instead of running and crying, stood up and fought back. All right? GTII, finger motion, had big spikes.
All right, hang on. Here she is. Hang on. All right, this is Anna, Queen of Trades, Ham, the short killer, and
right.
Go ahead.
Well, Anna, go ahead. Let's hear what the wonderful news is.
Okay, great. Yeah, guys, I was actually on a space call and Savvy's call this morning, and I announced, let me just go back to the email to make sure I'm not misquoting anything. Hold on, please. But yeah, so the House Financial Service Committee, I have it in an email, and actually it's one of the staffers that, William, you and I've met with. I met with the person twice, but you met with him with me once. So it came forth from the office of one of the staffers that we met with.
Okay.
And then the constituent of their then the person got the letter and forwarded it to me, because she's also been working in the background, and I reached out to her yesterday and I said, could you please follow up and see what they're saying? And so this was sent over last night, and it was the Financial Service Committee is finalizing a letter to the SEC and should be sending it shortly. Congressman blank, I'm not going to say the name, will be the co-signer. We are not allowed to release the text or substance of the letter before it is sent by the committee. So we know that a letter is being sent forth to the SEC on our behalf. Also, I'm working with another constituent within the community, and we have, and that person has spoken with their congressman, and they've agreed to co-sign a letter going forth to FINRA asking for the numbers. Or why they cannot produce the numbers. The issue with that is that FINRA has already stated to Congress that they no longer have access to the numbers unless we were to go public, because we don't report with the DTCC now. So that's BS, and we know it. So what I'm asking now for everyone to do is please to contact your congressional reps and to ask them to give us the numbers, to reach out to the 105 broker dealers that sold MMTLP to get the numbers. And that's something that's within Congress's power to do. So please, guys, if you're on this call and you haven't reached out to your congressional office, I put out a tweet on it that has the different questions that we want to ask Congress, to ask the brokers, so that we make sure that we're getting the full information. So please, look at that. But we want to make sure that the broker dealers are also being sent forth a letter so that we get the numbers. We're not sure what the SEC will actually send back. We know that they put, forth the Wells notice to Berta and Palicaris. So, that doesn't look that favorable for us and what the SEC's intentions are. So I just encourage everyone to, continue to keep the pressure up with Congress. We are being heard. They've seen us in the halls. They've received our calls. They've our letters, our emails, and we're not going away. But in order to actually make their constituents feel comfortable, we want the numbers to come from the broker-dealers. And I think that this could be really effective, because the broker-dealers, they're not going to want to not give those numbers to Congress, because then they look very shady to people who actually use their platform, that they're not willing to be transparent on behalf of their investors that invest through them.
Anna, I just posted on Twitter for everybody a little drawing that I did. What she's speaking about is the brokers own more shares than they're at the depository trust. So let's say MMTLP had 1 million shares at the DTC. The brokerage firms, when you settle all these transactions out, it should match what's exactly at the DTC. So basically what's happening now in MMTLP, if there's 1 million shares at the DTC, Goldman Sachs may own 1 million. Morgan Stanley owns 1 million. JP Morgan, E-Trade, Schwab, Fidelity. So I have a little circle with 6 firms around it. That's 6 million shares is owned, and there's only 1 million at the DTC. I call this the musical chairs. When you stop the music, which they have in MMTLP, everyone needs a seat to match their security holdings. No seat means you own a counterfeit. So the Blue Sheet investigation has exposed exactly what I've described for the last 23 years, which they block us from ever finding out. That is it in a nutshell. That's the whole game. We don't care who's selling it, where it's coming from, but at the end of the day, that diagram should be flat. What the Goldman Sachs owns, when they call the DTC up and says, how many shares of MMTLP do you have for me? If Goldman owns 1 million shares, the DTC should have 1 million shares for Goldman. What they do is they call up and say, how many shares do you have? The DTC says, hey, Goldman, we have 1 share for you. Goldman Sachs says, holy shit, we own 6 million shares. That means we're missing 5.999 billion shares. That will give them the numbers. That's what the Blue Sheet will expose.
You're getting a lot of congratulations, Anna. And
yes.
Do you know if the letter?
Well, William, you were with me on that meeting, and it's the whole community. None of this would have happened if we didn't have the constituents that were reaching out on our behalf and setting these meetings, right? Because that's how it works in Congress. You have to continue to reach out to your representative, and they can set the meetings for us that do go to Congress. But it's really been a community effort. So I just want to thank everyone who's taken action. Ham, William, you guys have both gone to D.C., so many times. And I thank you all from the bottom of my heart for what you've done. Thank you.
What's the number of...
Thank us.
Oh, sorry.
No, so you have to thank us. We want to be part of the victory. We're here. I don't own the stock, but I support everyone in that community because they could have all walked away and not fought back, and they stood and they fought and banded together. And once I've seen that, I says I'm in all the way. I'm with you.
What's the number of imprints? Is it 5 billion?
I think it was 6.7 billion is what I heard on a call this morning from Sean, who's been tracking it.
Well, maybe describe that a bit and also give credit to whoever's doing the work.
Well, I think it's this whole community that's doing the work, right? So it's
right.
all of us
right.
That have been putting forth the effort. And even some from outside of our community. We have different communities that are also trying to fight back against the naked short selling. And they've, also, just like him, he's not invested in this, but we have other people within our community that aren't, and they've been helping as well. So I think it's just all of us within the MMTLP community and those that have stepped up to help us. This has been a huge effort on everyone's part.
Just everyone on the call, just remember, they expose it. We all get dragged along with the victory. So just keep the fight, keep tweeting, keep sending emails. It takes a second. Call the SEC, call the whistleblower line. Do whatever you have to do to expose it. Give your opinion in your words. No one's going to bite you. Trust me, no one bites. You can get the FBI is a little nasty to look at, but they're not friendly, but they don't bite. So anyway, I appreciate you.
Anna, that letter, you didn't see it, but do you think it shows that that the Finance Committee understands what they're asking for?
Well, they said that we're not going to get to see the actual letter until it gets sent forth. This was just an email from one of the senior staffers that we've met with, and so we don't know what that letter is going to say. So, when we don't know what the SEC's response will be, but once the letter goes out, we should be getting that out to the community as well.
Hey, just give us a heads up when you think the letter's going to be at the SEC. Maybe we'll send our friendly truck down there. We'll send the ice cream truck back down there again.
Yeah, there you go. It said it would be coming out shortly. So I think,
Right.
I don't know if that would be today or early next week, but it did say it would be going out shortly.
Well, we thank you for everything you've done. Just a regular person fighting hard to expose the fraud. And what you're hearing today is what didn't happen in 2000 to 2010. It's because we didn't have social media. We didn't have any way to communicate. Pat Byrne was our voice. Deep Capture, or what's his name, Mark Falk with the Falking Truth. That was our press. We really didn't have anybody standing up for us. And that's the difference from then to today.
Anna, some people are asking your opinion of the, I don't know what to call it, the S1 that Greg McCabe engineered. I mean that in a positive way. I think it's terrific. But do you have any thoughts on what will happen if obviously more shares show up at the transfer agent than exist, for example, someone's asking?
Well, I think then we'll know for sure that they're oversold, right? Because if they can't register more than actually is available to register, so that would be proof that we're oversold.
Right. That's right. Some people need the proof. We know it, but yep. Well, anyway, it's great news. There's on here, I told Ham, there's a gentleman that's going to introduce the Senate Finance Committee to Ham. Maybe that person, I think he's still here, can also introduce that committee to you. It's Senator Ron Wyden, I think he's going to introduce. And maybe that would be helpful.
Oh, yeah, for sure. If you guys are working with different members of Congress, please let me know. And we're working behind the scenes pretty hard. I had 2 more calls today with people within our community that are, setting up appointments with Congress and their congressmen, and phone calls and information and what we're asking for from Congress to do on behalf of their constituents. So please reach out to me, guys, on Twitter if you need any help getting information over, if you need any help organizing what we're asking from Congress, because, Congress is an investigative body. They're not able to actually force FINRA or the SEC to open back up trading, but what they are able to do is to get the numbers and to actually find out what has happened here. So that's what we're going to continue to push from Congress, and when we get to the point where it's time for the proof is out, then we will figure out what the next step is going forward, is to get the resolution pushed out.
I think it's incredible that there's almost 7 billion impressions made by all of you guys. It's just incredible.
Well, it's you too, William. You're an investor in this as well, so it's all of us. But it's been you as well. It's all of us. And I want to bring up too something that I watched last night on HBO Max. If you guys have not seen it, it is unbelievable. It's called The Swamp. Syntax had brought it to me, and she's, Anna, you need to see this. It is similar to what you were talking about in D.C., and it's unbelievable because it's the private Republican club where I saw the deals where they're talking about the envelopes exchanging hands, and is that person going on is that congressman going, let him know my son's coming on the deep sea fishing trip. So it really is, we're not only fighting the SEC and FINRA, but Congress has an interest in keeping this hidden as well, right? Some of their largest donors are these hedge funds and market makers, and that's why a lot never gets done or pushed forth in Congress. So, it's to the point now where if Congress doesn't step up, then we need to start calling out these individuals who have taken money that have been stolen from us, because that's essentially what has happened, right? It's just like, Sam Bankman-Fried put all this money forth to his donations to Congress. A lot of them ended up giving it back to the people who have been stolen from, but it's the same situation we're in. They're paying them to allow them to steal from us and not to the oversight is not there. FINRA's already said that they don't even have the authority to force the shorts to close. They took that away when they halted trading because the broker-dealers did. So we need to continue to push Congress and let them know that it's not okay with us that they're accepting these millions and millions of dollars in donations, and then they're not actually protecting or doing anything for their constituents. I mean, the fact that it's been almost 8 months and we're still where we're at, and we're like, hallelujah, we got a letter coming forth from Congress to the SEC. There needs to be more. They need to be doing more for us. That's their job, and that's how they got into that position, is because they're there to represent the people. So please, if you have not watched The Swamp, it is all about our Congress and how it's really corrupt. It's scary corrupt. So, and that also needs to be exposed.
Well, I just want to let you know from what I hear from politicians saying, if there's letters going around, the rats will run. They'll jump on our side real quick because they know they can get exposed by the people that they represent. So I congratulate you, and I think it will pick up speed, and I think that these guys will get exposed. I think the low-hanging fruit will be hung because they need to do that. They'll expose the people in MMTLP, whoever they are. I don't know who they are. But we'll get a lot of low-hanging fruit. The SEC and the DOJ will start going after guys like the Kramers and Lynn and the guy Savvy. But again, I don't know who the parties are. If they can protect them in the MMTLP case, I don't know. But it will gain traction.
Hey, Ham, do you know who has the authority to settle the trade, so to speak? Is it FINRA or is it the SEC?
Well, I think that the SEC can tell them. It comes down to the broker dealers. The broker dealers, if they call for delivery, it's over with.
Right. So, but who can force the broker dealers to?
Well, FINRA and the SEC. FINRA oversees its members. That's all they have to do.
So and now FINRA says they can't do it.
If they called E-Trade up and said, "Okay, E-Trade, you need to settle these things now. You can't have fails to deliver on your books for 4 years. This will be over with in a heartbeat."
Yeah.
So what they're doing is just passing the political hand grenade around because no one wants to, when they pull the pin, no one wants to be holding the hand grenade. That's how it works.
That's right. Okay.
Well, listen, thank you very much. And we'll take it from here, Anna. Have a great weekend. Keep up the fight. Anyone who has any connections to political people, we welcome it. We welcome going to the police. We welcome going to the DOJ, the FBI, wherever we have to go. We don't back away. So when you get these shitheads who attack you, who bash, tell them to come with us to the federal authorities if they want to sit here and stand up for fraud. I don't stand up for bank robbers, okay? I do not stand for that. They belong in jail, all right? Anyone that's robbing someone on the street, they belong in jail. That's what these guys are. Lynn, the Kramers, they all think they're fancy with their suits and their parties, whatever they're spending their money on. We're taking it back. I hope that we can get RICO charges against them and take their fillings out of their teeth. I don't give a shit what they have. Take it back. I'm looking for an end table, so I don't care what they sell. I want everything out. Anyway, anything else? We'll let Anna go.
I don't see any more questions for Anna per se, but in general, everyone is amazed and complimenting Anna effusively.
No, she's a beast. She knocks down the doors, no fear. She understands what's going on. And number one is education. The MMTL people have educated themselves for one reason, to fight to get their money back. Most people in stocks put their tail between their legs, take their beating, and walk away. We do not do that. CELU, the shareholders, take their beating. They don't know what to do. MULN took their beating. They don't know what to do. Root took their beating. They don't know what to do. We know what to do. That's the difference here. And now we have political people fighting for us. I'd be the first guy. When someone wants me to come to D.C., I'll be there with bells on. And next time the truck goes in front of the SEC, we're going to play the ice cream song all day in front of their building, the Mr. Softy song. If you're ever from New York, that music will drive you nuts. They're going to play it outside their building until they can't take it anymore.
That seems That's mental mind games. That's good.
Well, they're doing it to us. It's time for them to pay back the bitch. You make them believe we don't exist. Come outside and turn off the truck. That's what we want them to do. Come on out. It's a disgrace that we have to stand here and fight back for our investments.
On a
I don't
couple
see
of
the Apple shareholders standing in the street fighting and protesting. How the hell do we have to do it?
On a couple of people are asking your thoughts on whether they should leave their shares of MMTLP at their brokerage firm, transfer them to AST, or get the certificate. If you care to give your thoughts, they'd love to hear them from you.
Well, I don't really know what I'm going to do right now. I'm waiting to see when, the S1 is approved.
Right.
I think that, the company looks really strong, and I'm excited for that. But right now I've decided to just kind of stay put until the S1 is approved and maybe see what comes forth from Congress. But I was actually considering maybe transferring a portion of my retirement shares, and I was going to talk with, I think Barb in our community had some information on that today, because the ones that I want to not have my money tied up, long term, I know I'm going to keep those in there, but I might end up transferring a portion that are in my retirement fund, because I can't touch those till I'm 59 and a half anyway. And if they pay a dividend, I mean, that could be very good. So that's kind of how I'm handling it at this point. I'm considering transferring a portion over.
Okay, well, that's great advice, and I think people give it great credit coming from you, believe it or not.
Well, thanks, William.
And I'm sure.
And I want to thank William and Han, both of you guys. Y'all, meeting me in D.C. when I didn't know either of you from anywhere, but just the fact that you dropped everything and showed up to support the MMTLP community and everything that you guys have done. It's unbelievable what this community has, the efforts that have been put forth from the whole DD community, from every single person who sends tweets and makes those phone calls. We have been a really powerful little army. I know we're small, but we've made great strides.
We're gonna quadruple in size shortly. That I promise you. The army will be 50,000, 100,000. It'll be 500,000 to 1 million soon, and then the inmates will be running the prison here. We'll be running the asylum.
Well, this letter, Anna, that you and everybody got going, it's certainly going to counteract that jerk at Forbes that said that it's not a thing. So at least there's some progress there against
I
the
will
liars.
tell everyone on this call, do your homework, and once you understand it, believe and don't fall for any of these lowlifes that are trying to talk you out of what's going on here. Okay, do your homework, repost it, educate yourself. When you naked short, you have unlimited liability to the upside. Volkswagen, the guy jumped in front of a train. GameStop, I'm told many hedge funds got blown out of the water. Guys are gone. They lost everything. All right? This is damaging stuff. The upside is infinite. For the SEC and FINRA to look the other way and allow these criminals to, this is like systematic risk. This is like Credit Suisse went out of business because of security fraud. All right, they allowed it, they looked the other way, and they wound up getting blown out. People, when you lose $1 billion, that is a lot of money. So we throw around those numbers like it's nothing, but it's a massive loss. People will go bust and people go to jail. You're looking at, right now with Finger Motion, at 162 million shares at $5, it's almost $1 billion mess. $1 billion crime right now. $1 billion crime. When they start to buy this back, every dollar, they're losing over $160 million goes out the window. So we will be at billions fast on this thing once they start and they go the other way. That's what you're looking at here. And trust me, they can't hide the tickets. They can sit there and say it's not them. The paper trail always leads back to the money. That's it. It always goes back to where the money's going. You know these guys have made mistakes, and they will be exposed. I'm sorry, I'm just going on a tangent because I get crazy.
Well, Busy Brands is saying that Mark Bazile is on the space call that I think Anna was on. So Anna might want to go back there. I don't know.
Listen, everyone. Anyone have any more questions? Because I'll just switch over. The people on my conference call number won't be able to tune in, but they can go to Busy Brands on Twitter and log in there, and we will answer all the questions there. We'll go over there. And listen, everyone, have a great weekend. And I'll cut this short so we can answer those couple of 100, 1,000 people their questions.
We'll go over there. Right, so, thank you, anyway, Anna. Listen, thank you, Ham.
Again, when there's blood in the streets, hedge funds, long hedge funds, are looking for dead short sellers. Trust me. All right? And if I wasn't on this call, I'd be calling up every hedge fund I know and pointing to the blood. That's what I used to do. And I used to do it so quick. I can nail 50 hedge funds in 5 minutes and tell everybody the story in 5 minutes. Because I love nothing more than to destroying a short seller who's a total scumbag. And I can't wait to do it. Anyway, listen, we'll jump onto this other call. Everyone have a great weekend. And we get stronger. The community gets stronger. And we have the people in D.C. standing up for us now. So, again, retweet, do whatever you like to help out. Spread the word. It's all right there. The story with the frog, everyone should be reading that, and how people out of Europe are counterfeiting the U.S. equity markets, and your regulatory bodies are looking the other way. It's insane. Anyway, we're here. We're not going away. And death to the shorts. All right. Have a great weekend. I'll be on the other line.
All right.
Thank you, guys. Thank you. Bye.
Thank you. Bye. Haven't you heard? Bird is the word. So haven't you heard? Bird is the word. I think you need a break from all of this tension.
Brian, can I see that paper for a sec? Huh. That's odd. I thought that would be big news.
You thought what would be big news?
Well, there seems to be an absence of a certain ornithological piece. A headline regarding mass awareness of a certain avian variety.
What are you talking about?
Oh, have you not heard? It was my understanding that everyone had heard.
Heard what? Brian, don't!
Oh, well, a bird, bird, bird. A bird, a word, well, a bird, bird, bird. A bird, a word, well, a bird, bird, bird. A bird, a word, well, a bird, bird, bird.
So bird is the word. Bird is the word. All right, let me see what's going on over at the Busy Brands space call. We don't have to stay long. Bird.
For the first,
okay, this is Mark Belisle.
JK Plus. Sorry.
No, it's Ham. It's Ham.
Oh, hey guys. I honestly didn't mean to sign up for a speaker, but I've got you guys on. Not to transfer over to AST.
Let me see who this is.
And you're talking about MFTLT. I can't advise you on that. I'm waiting to get instructions from the higher ups.
This is Ham.
I don't own it, so I can't tell you what I'm doing. I haven't done anything. I'm not involved. But I can't answer that. Let's wait till you get your answer. If you wanted to do anything, send over half of your position. I would do something like that if you wanted to lift a leg. That's what most people do. But again, I have to wait to let me get the instructions of what the proper thing to do. People that are in,
Don, I saw your question, but I forgot to ask it.
So I have to wait.
See if I can.
I don't want to give you misinformation. That's what I'm trying to say.
No, it's all good. Thank you. I appreciate it. Right, bye.
Don't use limit orders.
I see that William is back, but I have a request here. Gonna go to Chris. Chris, go ahead. You have the mic.
Don't use stop limit orders.
Chris, you have the mic. You have to unmute yourself, sir.
Hey, this was a question for Ham. Earlier you posted a little tweet about AGBA, Chinese stock.
Listen, I speak to a lot of shareholders. They told me it's a Chinese name, and they think they're going to see activity maybe on the short squeeze side. I know nothing about it.
Okay.
I can tell you, I don't know.
All right, thanks.
I just put up what I heard. I don't have time to get into detail. I only follow 2 stocks that I know everything about. Everything else is basically in passing, and when people that actually put their money on the line give me a heads up on something, I just pay attention to it. I don't know anything about it. Is that okay?
Oh, yeah, thank you.
All right.
All right, William, if you have anything else from your side, any questions, go ahead and shoot them this way. I don't have any mic requests.
Well, there's one question I was supposed to ask before Ham left, and it's an interesting question. Is it more difficult to trade call options than the stock in the middle of a short squeeze?
Well, yes. What you have to do is, when a stock starts to go into a short squeeze, they call it a fast market. So what you need to do, if you are long options, meaning you purchase them, you have to put them out there for sale in anticipation of a run. Let's say the stock is, let's go for example, let's say the stock is running towards 50, and you own the $10 calls. These options are going to be, an enormous number. They'll be $40 bids. These things will be screaming all over the place. They'll be, could be $45 bid. As it goes, you need to put your options out there at a price. The option cannot move up past your offer unless they take you out. If you put it out there while the stock is running, they can come back to you and say, hey, you missed it because it's a fast market. Okay, they use that line a lot. You can sit there and yell all you want, but they'll stand behind that, and that'll go against you, even though it went through your price. So put it out there before, in anticipation. You can always cancel it and move backwards, but it's like a good to cancel with the stock. But you need to have them out there. You need to have offers out there both ways.
And a related question: would you use stop loss orders on options?
No. You have to take.
I didn't quite understand that.
When you put stop losses in here, they see your orders, they trade, they take you out. You could put an order in. Let's say that scenario I just expressed. That's $50, and you have a $45 profit, some crazy number, and you have a stop loss. If they touch it, they could take you down and take you out at $41. You could lose $4. I mean, they could do anything in those fast markets. So you got to be careful. If you want to sell it and protect yourself, you sell it with a limit. So let's say it's $45 bid, and you want to get out. You sell it, use a $40 low. Okay, this way you'll get $40. It'll be the worst price you can get, right? And maybe you get $43.50 or $44. It doesn't mean you're going to get $40, but you're basically giving them room in a fast market at a lower price. Use a limit.
The guy that wrote "Take It to the Limit" died. Anyway.
All right, if you were good to go, William, let me go to some hands right here. We got Q-Tainment up on the mic. Go ahead, Q-Tainment.
I'm good to go.
What's up, guys? Good to see you all again. William.
Yes, sir.
Good to hear from you again, friend. Been trying to reach you forever, but now I got a hold of you. So, question for you. So, regarding this letter sent to the SEC, and I think this is an important question. I think everyone should receive the answer to. FINRA is maintaining that they don't have the power to force a position close for all these short sellers. However, according to all the broker emails, that's clearly not the case. So what do you think this letter sent to the SEC can do for us, just in your opinion? What do you think? And this question is for both William and Ham, if Ham can hear me.
I mean, I think it's huge because it'll get daylight and it calls attention to the issue. SEC and FINRA will have to respond. This idea that FINRA can't force the covering, I have to admit, is a little bit beyond my understanding, because it is possible that they can't, and it might be on the SEC's desk to force that. I don't know how it works.
How it works. The people in the Senate and Congress will go after the SEC. On record, they're going to have to answer all these questions. That's it. It's exposure. This is what's going to happen. They will fold. Once it starts to get political, they can't handle the heat. They can't lie. They can't hide anymore. It'll just build steam for 5 senators or representatives who are standing on the sideline. When they see the letter, they're going to stand up. They know about it, and now they rally behind it. 1 will lead to 2, 2 will lead to 10, 10 will lead to 20, and then you start getting momentum, all right? Because once they start getting educated, this will be like a whirlwind, all right? And once they see that the U.S. equity markets have been counterfeiting and they've been hiding this stuff, it will go out of control and heads will roll.
I also think the letter will embolden, give courage to many of the broker-dealers who are just waiting to see what they should do. But you've got 105 broker-dealers. You may see some of those broker-dealers say, hey, we want to take care of this problem. We don't want to be out in limbo. I think the letter's great, and it could be a huge catalyst.
Just look at how your own broker is watching your account dwindle. That is the lifeline to the brokerage firm, is your account. They need to have you make money versus losing it. Eventually, this is going to change, and I believe the time is now. So that is important. The brokerage firms are eating their own clients, and that has to stop. And their liability is growing because they're on the hook. Their liability is here because they have unsettled trades. Just think about it in GTI. They give out dividends. And the brokerage firms is giving people an IOU of a dividend, which is basically they gave everyone an unregistered security. They created it. And if you don't think we're paying attention to that liability, listen, you want to sue. We don't want to sue the Kramers. We don't want to sue Lynn. We want to sue E-Trade, Fidelity, Daiwa, Nomura, whatever the biggest bank is, UBS, Bank America. We want them on the hook. Deep pockets. Let them go chase the criminals for the money. We want the deep pockets on the hook. And the brokerage firms have all jumped on the hook. Because they didn't ask for delivery of the securities. They now have the liability of the shorts. So, which is great. So I think D.C., what William said, in D.C., these people will get powerful 1, 2, 5 at a time. It'll just keep going. That's how it ends. That's how it starts.
Awesome. Thank you for that, Ham. And thank you as well, William. Ham, I would have texted you my question, but I feel like this is a much more easier apparatus. Also, William, I was going to ask you another question, but
go ahead.
Dude, let's go.
So now regarding the situation with GTII, so if enough pressure gets put on FINRA to fix this MMTLP situation, do you believe that GTII is essentially a rocket ready for takeoff?
We are waiting for FINRA to do shit. We're attacking ourselves. We're waiting for the SEC to put on the tape on their enforcement actions. What we're going to see, they're taking their actions against the Kramers. We have Alpine that actually gave us the proof from the DTC in a court document. We have the proof. We have to show it. We know how big it is. We're not waiting around. Okay? It may be going a little bit sideways now, but we're not going away. Right now, we have somebody that jumped into the forefront here that wants to be the leader, so we can let this horse win the race and then see who's going to come in second. And I agree with what you just said. Yes, I do.
Awesome. Thank you, Ham. Thank you, William. Love you guys. Y'all are amazing.
Of course. Thank you.
Let's go to 501c. Go ahead. You have the mic.
Are you there?
Yep. We can hear you.
Yep. I got a question for you, Ham, and all. I've mentioned this on some of the groups, but my attorney's been out of town for, of course, he's been on vacation for about a month. But I got a question. What can we do to force the share count? And I came up with an idea, and I don't know why we may not exercise this, but what about the forming of a group, partnership, LLC with multi-owners? Everybody would be able to register and hold their ownership in the company based on share position, and only for the purpose of owning 51% of the company, we could force Reichman and all the other board members for share count.
You know, it's so hard to get everybody to work together. People just don't do it.
Not to interrupt you, though.
Get a vote count. Okay, shareholder vote. It was super important at the time, and I helped them do it. And the company was trying to exit the depository trust. They took a vote and barely got to 51% to get out of the DTC. When the company exited the DTC came back and basically they were following what the company was doing, because obviously we were doing it for a reason. The DTC came back and said that you can't, if you leave the DTC, you're no longer a public company. The company had to go out and have another vote a week later to get back into the DTC to stay alive, right? And the funny thing about it is that besides shareholders not voting, the brokerage firms, for example, Merrill Lynch would send you a voting card of 10,000 shares the first time. The next vote, you got a voting card of 500 shares. And meanwhile, you owned 100,000 shares. So they were just making it up. When people take shareholder votes, let's say Merrill Lynch has 1 million shares, they may get voting cards for 100,000. How do they make that 100,000 reach out to 1 million people looking for their votes? Well, they give everybody one share. They make it up. They have no shares on the cards. We've seen the security fraud just on the voting cards. And that was within 2 weeks. The same people who had never sold their stock, their votes came in both times, never matched up to their holdings. That's how criminal this whole thing is. Not just on shareholder voting. So getting shareholders to work together is impossible. And I agree with you. I think that as a group, you can lock up your shares, sort of like a takeover group.
Obama gave my gold to the Saudi Arabians.
Back out. And once you tender your shares to an event or a tender offer, you can't pull them out. They get locked up because you're part of a group. So to tell people, hey, tender your shares to this group, we want to count them all up. Everyone was like, hey, the stock's going, I want to get my shares back out. It's just too difficult. And and the street knows that they make it difficult for us.
Well, I don't know necessarily saying everybody tendered their shares together, but it's basically making it look like, let's just call it GTII investors. Make that, I'm just, for whatever argument's sake, the name of the company. But all of its people there, I mean, we already, as we've all discussed in groups, everybody...
Ask him if we can pool all the shares together, which I don't believe you can. I believe we tried this, I can't remember. But I think that pooling it together, you won't be able to do it. But if you can, and we can do it, you get back to me, and believe me, I'll get it done for you.
No, and I'm going to work on this theory. The other theory was we wouldn't need that many people, knowing just from the conversations we've had. And
listen, again, people don't like to tie themselves up. That's the problem. And I don't believe you can pool together as one. I think it's very difficult to do. I believe we tried this 20 years ago, and I think that we got shot down. We were using the best law firm in the world. We were using Morgan Lewis Bockius back in the day, and we had a very deep pocket person financing that whole legal experience, because basically we were spending $300,000-400,000 a month trying to fight this crime, and that's where I got most of my education from. Is when we were using a major law firm. I used to sit at a desk, and they would bring in their SEC guy, their tax guy, this guy, that guy, and we have experts from a major law firm answering all the questions that you want to bring up. Like, I believe we brought this up where we can pull it and do something like that. I think we got shot down, but that's how you do it at the highest level, and that's where I learned most of the stuff.
Thank you, Dr. Demer. Thank you, Ham. Ham, I want to bring up Not Legal Advice, which is Richard Hoffman, to the mic, because this is one of the similar situations that I want to incorporate into the, let me send him a mic.
Bring him in.
Conversation.
I watched his video. Bring him in.
Yeah, he's here. And I want to talk in regards of Sorrento's Therapeutics. The ticker symbol is SCLX, and their court case that is out of Texas.
What's the symbol on it again? I know it changed. What was the symbol?
It's Sam, Charlie, Lima, X-ray.
And before was, what was it before? It was SRNE, wasn't it before they merged or something? I can't remember.
Richard could tell you more about it. Go ahead, Richard.
Okay.
Yeah, unfortunately, I don't know the pre, but the post it's a cancer drug company. They
what we have now, but I think it was SRNE before. That was before. But go ahead, let's go. Richard,
yeah. No problem.
Appreciate what you're doing, and let's rock and roll.
Sure. Cancer company filed bankruptcy because they ended up with a liquidity issue, got naked shorted. In bankruptcy, the court ordered all the brokers to disclose the amount of shares. They disclosed they had too many shares. Court concluded there was naked shorting. There was an agreement reached within the bankruptcy where the naked shorts, who remain confidential, could get a complete release by either buying shares that were available in public or buying the shares from a representative of the company. The valuation of the shares is done by a representative of the company, not the naked short sellers. So the valuation will be a fairly reasonable amount. They have to the 30th to elect to cover, and we'll know on Monday. We'll know on Monday how that goes. It's a potential remedy where somebody in bankruptcy can get a share count, because that's what the judge required, can also get perhaps a covering. And I don't know how it's going to be used in the future. It's a bankruptcy court in Texas. Nice to know. But theoretically, somebody who had a bunch of shares individually could transfer them to an entity. That entity could file a bankruptcy, a Chapter 11, to get a share count. Potentially. Nobody's tried that, but I think that's a possibility. So I think it opens up another avenue, perhaps, for getting share counts and perhaps for getting covering.
You guys are talking over each other because I don't think you could hear Ham, Richard. Go ahead, Ham.
I was saying that with the bankruptcy, this could be something Bed Bath & Beyond can do and force the shorts in that name, because they're all over it because they think it's going to zero. That would be something of interest. I'm going to try to reach out to some executive, see if I can find someone there to try to have them pay attention to this case. That's a good idea. Can you hear me?
Go ahead, Rich. You got to unmute yourself.
Yeah, no, I heard you. I agree. I'd appreciate that. I reached out to the attorneys that are handling that matter, so I'm waiting. Hopefully, they're getting back. There's like 1,000 filings in this particular case.
It'll be a tremendous opportunity for you, and I think it's a great idea.
Great. By the way, in my Fidelity arbitration, Morgan Lewis and Bockius is the firm that's representing Fidelity. Just the irony.
Well, when we were there, my friend, we knew the senior partner at Morgan Lewis, and we got in there, and we created a shitstorm. And he was under the gun time, they tried everything to him to get rid of us. But as long as we paid our bills, they couldn't kick us out.
Yeah, I was going to say.
Very famous hedge fund guy that financed us. So we were, I believe they were, at the time, their clients were Merrill Lynch, I believe Jefferies, Janney Montgomery. They had a lot of big brokers on the street. And they were all screaming to kick us out. So I know exactly, what's going on. It's pretty interesting.
Yeah, the only thing I can guarantee you probably got a gigantic bill. That's all I can guarantee.
I didn't pay it, so I didn't care. But it was a big bill, and they were. And when you deal with a law firm like that, you have to pay up front all the time. We couldn't get. If we got behind one day, we would have been kicked out, and we were so deep in learning everything about Wall Street that we couldn't get out. We had their SEC people in D.C. getting us answers for us. One of the greatest mysteries that I ever left when we left Morgan Lewis. Morgan Lewis told us in 1999, the SEC did a white paper. This was from their SEC guy in D.C. about what happens on corporate takeovers with Naked Shorts. The SEC paid for a white paper. I was never able to get it. We knew about it, and they walked away from it. They just shelved it because they had no idea. And you say, well, whatever happened? Because there's not many corporate takeovers. Well, there was a famous one. Dole Foods was a corporate takeover. It went private, and look what happened. All the Naked Shorts were exposed. So that report from 1999, which they had no idea what to do about it, finally popped out and Dole Foods because it was a corporate takeover. We don't get corporate takeovers in small caps. It's very difficult, right? Because people aren't doing it. But it did happen in Dole Foods, and that exposed them.
Yeah, and I think David Murdoch was a pig. That's why it came out, because he was trying to make too much money. That stirred up the lawsuit, which generated the information. And just the irony of that is my office is 1 mile from the Dole headquarters in Westlake Village, California. So
that's a good one. I appreciate it, Richard. Thank you very much. And you're a breath of fresh air. We need some legal help here because we're not attorneys. That's for sure.
Thank you, Richard. Let's go to Smooth Crypto 22. You have the mic.
Okay, hey, thanks. So we've all talked about the actual fraud that takes place that impacts us retail investors. So one thing that I was thinking, another way that we're actually losing money is those of us that trade on a cash account. Say, for example, if you use Webull, for example. Well, you have the T2 settlement, so you technically can trade your money on a cash account like twice a week. So you're technically losing money because within those two trades you basically have, there's always opportunities where you could gain, like today I saw, basically I could have gained 50 to 60% on a trade, but my funds are basically tied up to where if I got them out, I'm basically hitting a margin call because those funds would not be available until like 2 days. So that there itself is a big problem where we're taking advantage of, and it's not a free market because if we're using a cash account, we're not using a margin account, so therefore it's our money, so the fund should be available. The second point is that makes me actually think the fact that they're not completely settling out these transactions, that's the reason why they have the T2. They're allowing enough time to completely settle out all the transactions. It makes me think that they have terrible bookkeeping. And if that's the case, that actually opens the door and makes it easier for these bad actors to do the bad acting. Thanks.
Listen, we've always laughed that you can go to Paris, charge something on your credit card or your American Express, and before you finish your cup of coffee, it's already been converted from French francs to the euro to the U.S. dollar in a second settled, but they can't settle a security trade. Obviously, there's room in there for a reason, so there is fraud. That's exactly what it is. And, you're using your money, trillions of dollars, and holding it into their account for 1 day is well worth it to them. So you just preach it to the choir. We know what they're doing.
Hey, Ham, I gotta break in here real quick. Shit you not, is breaking news. A letter sent to Gary Gensler. I'm gonna be sending out to you and William to review. Let me see if Savvy's up here so we could talk about it. Anna, are you there?
Yeah, Anna's
I'm trying to
here.
tweet it out right now. The letter's out. 15 congressmen signed it. That's why I was saying I don't think it's just 2 this morning. It's
Okay.
more. I'm
Give me a second,
excited.
I'm
tweeting it out right now, and I'll put it in the nest. This is awesome.
Busy, can you text it to me? I'll send it to him or send it to him. Yeah.
Give me a second. Let's wait for Savvy to get in here. Swing, go ahead. While Anna's tweeting that out, go ahead and jump in, Swing, while I send this out to William Ham. Go ahead, Swing. You have the mic.
Yeah, literally, I'm just excited that the letter came out. I saw it in a DM, and it's got 15 signatures on it. It's pretty damn awesome. Not gonna lie. The people that signed it are
Somebody's saying they claimed immunity. FINRA claimed immunity. I don't know what.
Okay, Ham, you got it. The whole thing right there. I'm going to send it to William right now.
all right. You have William Timmons, Dan Muser, Mike Flood, Andy Ogles, Mike Lawler, Scott Fitzgerald, Ralph Norman, Pete Sessions, I can't pronounce Bill's last name, Barry Loudermilk, John Rose, Brian Steele, Alex Mooney, Ann Wagner, and Bill Posey. Pretty awesome.
Okay, William, you got it.
Thank you. Thank you.
No problem. Do you guys see Savvy on here? Because I'm in my text.
No,
Hey, Busy, I can read the letter. I just wanted to get it up in the nest so everyone can see it. So I'm putting it up now, okay?
Go ahead, read it.
Give me a second, and just let me get it up. It's I got my hands like a lot coming in, so let me get it up in the nest, and then everyone can see it.
It's okay.
This is super exciting, guys. So, yeah, you really only needed 2 people to sign it, but we had 15, so that's awesome. Are you there, Busy?
Go ahead.
30 next week.
All right, I'm trying to pull it up on my phone now. Okay, here it is. Okay, yeah. Dear Chair Gensler, we write to request that the Securities and Exchange Commission, SEC, review events surrounding Metamaterials Series A Preferred Shares, MMTLP. Additionally, we request that the SEC provide the committee with a substantive briefing on its findings. MMTLP shares began trading on the OTC markets in 2021. In the summer of 2022, the SEC received subsequently approved a Form S-1 and amendments to spin off a portion of the company, Metamaterials, into a new company, Nexbridge Hydrocarbons. On December 9th, 2022, FINRA issued a U3 halt on trading in the company stock, preventing shareholders from making further trades. Since the halt, constituents, investors have contacted members of Congress and committee regarding the spinoff of transaction and subsequent halt on trading. To that end, we request the SEC to review the activities surrounding these market events. The review should include. Sorry, I got to go click over here to it because it's. Sorry, guys. Hold on, please. Okay, yeah, I had to go here to this different page. To that end, we request that the SEC to review the activities surrounding these market events. The review should include a timeline of trading on MMTLP on the OTC markets, the actions taken by the SEC, self-regulatory organization, the issuers of the transfer agent, and other relevant parties during the time MMTLP was traded, and the transactions that produced the Nexbridge shares. In addition, please include information regarding the S-1 file by Nexbridge Hydrocarbons on July 26, 2023. As part of the requested briefing, we ask that SEC staff be prepared to identify any regulatory or legislative gaps that may be addressed so that the SEC, FINRA, regulated entities may better protect investors and strengthen market integrity. Your findings will allow the committee to better understand the issues that have been raised by investors. As you know, the securities issue is regulated by a disclosure-based regimen, and transparency is paramount to the SEC's goal of protecting investors and ensuring market integrity. We believe that it is appropriate that the SEC review these market events and determine what, if any, wrongdoing may have occurred. The Honorable Gary Gensler, July 28th, 2023, page 2. Please provide responsive information to the committee by August 11th, 2023. Contact the committee's majority staff with any questions regarding this request. Thank you for your attention to this important matter. Pete Sessions, Bill Hunsinger, Barry Loudermilk, John Rose. Okay, I'm just looking through this. Bill Posey, Ann Wagner, Alex Mooney, Brian Steele, and then it's getting cut off. But I think there's more, but I can't see all the signatures. So, oh wait, here we go. William Timmons, Dan Mincer, Mike Flood, Andy Ogles, Ralph Norman, Scott Fitzgerald, and Mike Lauer. So this is super exciting, guys. I am just beyond thrilled because it's a lot of the offices that we've met with, and it just means that we're being heard, and I'm just excited. I feel just beyond excited. So yes, this is awesome. Thanks, guys. And Savvy's up at the mic. I just want to take a minute to read it up back over and form some thoughts on it. So, hey, Savvy, welcome to the mic.
Guys, a little overwhelmed over here. So, wow. Just want to clarify, I was texting with somebody. They thought this was all of the majority committee. It is actually not. So that indicates to me, if it was kind of just a standard form, it would have all of the majority committee. I believe that these are people that are truly committed and wanted their names signed on this letter.
I want to chime in on that, Savvy, because a lot of these offices that are mentioned are offices that we've met with, and they're ones that I think are sincere, and that they finally, us going there and us calling them and educating, just like, Ham is always saying, these staffers really had no idea how the markets were working. When we're meeting with them over these 8 months, they have become educated themselves, just like we in this community have. And that's why we're getting this response now, is because I do believe, like you, that these are people who truly want to help us. So I'm thrilled right now. So this is exciting, guys.
And Anna, you really came through. You told us this morning we would have this. We have it. All your hard work in the community. Absolutely. Congratulations to the entire community. All of you working out front and quietly behind the scenes. This is a long time. Sorry, guys. Nice cover. Long time coming. And so just congratulations to the entire community.
Q-Tainment, you might need to drop down because Junk is speaking and you're talking over her. Q-Tainment, you might be glitching.
I wanna after Savvy, I wanna give a chance to Ham to chime in, and William after they're ready. Go ahead, Savvy.
No, I'm done. Go ahead, guys.
Let's go with Ham first, and then we go to William.
I'm reading it now, and I'm retweeting it to every politician I know. I have 100 of their emails. I'm sending it out to them as we're speaking. I'm sending it to John Stewart. I got a direct pipe to him. I'll get it to him. I'm sending it to Charlie Payne. And we'll get this thing exposed and keep going until we drag these rats out by their hair. That's what we're going to do.
Go ahead, William.
I hope you're copying Matt Levine at Forbes, the jerk. I think this is tremendous, and everyone on this call, everyone in the community, thank you. You guys have just done tremendous work to get this accomplished, and I know how difficult it was for everyone to show up at Congress, and I met a lot of them. Thank you for each of those as well. This is a huge day in the fight. It might be the point that we can look back to and say the tide turned.
Sometimes when I eat cheesecake, I shit my pants at night. but let's not talk about it. Get out.
Block in. That's to show you we're gonna get shows in here, so I really want to block him. Don't pay no attention to him. You got it. Go ahead, continue him.
Listen, I just said that. I'm sending it to everyone, telling him to fight, stand up, great job, you name it. We will get more politicians. This gets us stronger, okay? We will not back down. If me and William got to go pound the holes again, we're coming back down. We got more paperwork. We won't stop. MMTOP, I can't thank everybody enough. I've said it 1,000 times that they were going to break the door down, and they have. And this helps everyone here, all right? You fight. You're not trading, but you've broken down the door. We want to destroy our short sellers and Finger Motion and GTII. We caught the criminals, and we're right behind you, standing with you as tall as you can be. We're right here for you.
Thank you, Hammond. We greatly appreciate everything that you've done for this community. Seriously, you've done plenty. A lot of us in the background know that. With that, Ham, if you want to stay on, or...
Yeah, I'm going to go do other stuff. I got some shit to do. Anyway, listen, congratulations. I'm super excited. I got the strength of Superman now. I'm going to spam the free world, every politician that I have a card from. They will get the letter, and I will get them all to start to get behind it until they I will knock the door down so they can't stand it anymore.
Busy, before he does that, Busy, can you make sure he has the signatures you sent to me?
I do.
You sent me 2 of the same. Make sure Ham has the full signature list.
Okay, I'll send it.
Anyway, listen, everyone, have a great weekend. Let me get back to the battle here and get working. All right, listen, thank you very much, and we'll see you on the other side. Thank you.
Have a good weekend if I don't talk to you. Anna, can you take over for a second while I get set up here? And
oh, sure, go ahead. I applaud you. I think it's I applaud you all. Yeah, go ahead. Welcome to the break.
That's it. I just heard everything and read my name again. I applaud you all. Very good. Very, very, very good. Congratulations to everybody.
Thank you. And yes, thank you. And congratulations to everyone in this community who has put forth amazing efforts. And, we've been on these calls daily since this U3 halt began. And I'm with Savvy. I feel very emotional today. This has been it's put a halt on our lives. It wasn't just a U3 halt on our bank accounts. It halted, the relationships that we have with our families. I know, a lot has happened over the past 8 months. We've had this community that we have pulled together, and boy, we really have made, I think we're making history here. I think there will be a change in the markets because of what has happened. And I want to thank each and every one of you who has taken action and how we have just pulled together and what we can do when people, when we know we're on the right side of history and what we're fighting for is real, and we know that it's fraud, and we were not silenced, and we continue to be heard and to continue to make our voices known. And it's not time to let up, guys, because we don't know what the SEC is going to come back with. We don't know what FINRA will come back with, but that's why I'm encouraging each of you to continue to reach out to your congressperson and say, this is great, we appreciate this, but we also would like you to seek the numbers from the 105 broker-dealers. If the SEC is going to look into this, we want action sooner. And the 105 broker-dealers, it's a press of a button for them to send those numbers over to our congresspeople. So please continue to reach out to Congress, thank them for the efforts that they've put forth so far, but encourage them that we have been stuck here for almost going on a year, and we want our lives back, we want our bank accounts back, and we want the markets free, and we want transparency. So please continue to take actions, and thank you, each and every one of you.
Just to let you guys know, I know Anna's got a tweet up there as well, but I tagged Berta, Wes, Bazil, Frank Nez, O'Keefe Media, John Stewart. So if you guys want to grab those tags and tweet that out, I also have all images of the signatures and everything. So tweet both mine, Anna's, whoever else is up there. But let's get the word out. Start tagging not just your representatives. Maybe ask them why their name's not on the list. But yeah, guilt works in politics. So guilt here, guys. People, guilt them. But let's go into beast mode. They keep thinking that we're going to back off. I say we just go harder because #we still coming. So also any of your newspaper contacts, media, I have a whole list of, media influencers, anyone that you can think of. I didn't tag Investor Turf, Whale, all them stuff. So you guys do your thing. I'll save those for you guys, but let's share this far and wide. And again, congratulations to everyone for all of their hard work.
William, you want to chime in on this?
I was going to say something, and you guys are great. If I call you, I name you Anna and Junk Savvy and Busybody, then I leave a bunch of others out. But I don't mean to leave anybody out. But the thing that occurs to me most of all is it wasn't by accident that this occurred in MMTLP. This is going on throughout the financial system. This transfer to a private company caught them out, and just like you guys said, the hard work, that not going anywhere and working hard, it's called it to the attention of the Committee on Financial Services of the House. You've got the chairman and the ranking member at the top of the letterhead. This is ringing the bell. It might be the first bell, but it's ringing the bell that this rot, this corruption, this counterfeiting is in every account across the country. Retirement accounts, 401ks, voters, and etc. And I just think I think July 28th, 2023 will be a day that lives in infamy, or maybe there's a better word for it. It's tremendous. So congratulations to everybody.
Another one, because we all deserve it.
It's amazing. It really is amazing.
And if to different congressional staff members do listen, thank you. Thank you. Because it really was those staff members that fought for us. I can tell you that there was a time that the congressmen were like, we're done with this. We're over it. And it really was the staff members that kept this in their face, kept this on their desk, and kept their focus. And so just a thank you to those staff members as well.
Yeah, Savvy, I want to chime in on that. I mean, the conversations that have been had behind the scenes, majority have been with the staffers. We usually get, 15 to 30 minutes with these congressmen, and they, but they're briefed on it from the staffers that have met with this community for months now, right? So that's the meetings that have taken place is because the staffers believe in the people in this community, and we've shown them enough proof because of this DD team. We have such a tremendous community, and let's just keep the efforts up, guys. And yes, thank you to Congress and especially to their staffers who have believed us and who are fighting for us. So thanks, Savvy. Oh, MVP Chair, go ahead.
Well, I have to tell y'all that y'all are the best, and I know that hosting these spaces shows daily, especially Junk Savvy, who's up at, some ungodly hour on the West Coast, and then runs through about 5 hours of, her spaces deal. But it's amazing. And I got to be honest, I've been on and off and that kind of a thing, and it's given me and incited me to think. And I think one of the biggest things that happened when the Pete Sessions town hall was that, just like William said, it was kind of a situation to get their attention. We weren't just 6 people in the group. The key to this whole thing is this affects everybody. And when I got everybody to raise their hand if they owned 1 share of stock or they had a 401k, it all of a sudden the whole place kind of got deadened, if you will. And they really took to heart that it wasn't just a little oil company or oil field out in West Texas. And, you know, all that did was punctuate everything that y'all have done. And I really applaud all your hard work, your letters, the phone calls, everything. I don't think any of us could say enough to say thank you for what all y'all have done. That's it.
Thank you, MVP. And somebody, can you please DM Hollywood Henry, because he is one that deserves to be up here also. The amount of work that man has done sending out those packages, I mean, God bless him too, everything that he's done. So let's try to get Hollywood Henry in here and send him the good news. Let's go with How You Love That.
So this is kind of like a victory, or a preliminary victory. So I would say the big day would be, you say they have to know by August 11th? They're going to respond?
That's their deadline to respond.
And all we need to do
Respond
is
by
be
the
right.
11th.
Yeah, that's fair. Mm-hmm.
Hey, just to break in here, I just sent it to Frank Ness via text. He said he's got it and he's working on it. He's going to put out an article shortly. So Frank Ness has a hold of it, so let's freaking go.
And I DM'd Hollywood, so told him we had great news. He was butting here, so. Anybody else that we should invite? Gosh, who haven't we? Should we send one out to Roger Hamilton? I mean, I was trying to think of who we can celebrate with. You know, John's in Europe. John, if you're listening, this is your victory too. You know, George Pelicaris, Wes, Mark Bazil.
I sent it to John, and he did retweet the tweet earlier this morning, and I sent him the actual email that I received. So he was aware that it was going to be happening, but he was the only person I shared the email with. So he is aware of it, but I don't know that he's seen that it's
all Republicans.
how many congressmen were on it. So this is exciting.
I think it's all Republicans that signed, by my quick read.
Hey, Mike, welcome to the mic. Mike, are you there?
Yeah, I'm here.
Republican.
I'm just trying to not
Republican.
be emotional. Savvy kind of got me emotional.
Republican.
We worked so hard. Y'all
I think
work so
he's
hard.
Republican.
And I can't thank you enough.
But
I can't thank you, Hannah and William and everybody who went to D.C. and everybody who fought the fight. We've been through a lot, and it's nice to get a win. And it's nice to know that finally they're going to see the light, and we're going to show them the light. We've been showing them the light, and now coming out of the darkness into the light, the people will know what we've been fighting for. And when this is exposed, all the rest of them, all those people who have stolen people's money, who have been doing this junk for years, are going to get their comeuppance. And I just can't thank everybody enough. We were such a great community, and I'm just beside myself, and I know everybody else is, that we finally got some sort of traction in the people who represent us, that are supposed to do these things for us in this great country of ours. As a veteran, it makes me proud that, you know, some people understand the Constitution in our Congress and are willing to pick up the ball and fight for the people, no matter what party. Anyway, that's all I got.
Thank you, Mike.
And I also sent this letter out to Don Fizz, another gentleman in the background that has just been hammering down Congress, calling Congress every single day. Shout out to Don Fizz. We love you. I just sent him all the letters in case, on the 3-part letter, in case if he hasn't received it. But I'll wait for him to come in here because I just DM'd with him this morning. Again, Don Fizz, shout out to you.
And Dizzy, I will tell you, I talked to him this morning. I've been talking to him behind the scenes. He made so many calls, y'all. He made 26 calls every day at least for 5 days in a row, and he told me all about it. And there's even stuff that he's waiting on that's good for the community. And if he wants to talk about it, it's not my place to. But yes, Richie, I love you, bro. If you're listening.
I mean, I know there's so many people that are working so hard, along with Don Fizz, Kimberly, not a righty.
Dr. Ed is in here too.
Dr. Ed, all of these people that are working so hard, the Texas crew, Arizona, all of you guys. I mean, I know there's so many, and we're not leaving anyone out intentionally, but, just being flooded with a lot of gratitude right now. Sorry, guys, and people are quit crying because you're making me cry. Guys, I'm sorry, I can't help it. I just can't. Just very overwhelmed. We all have our bad days, and I have to be honest, this morning and afterwards, a bad day for me. Feeling much better now. Thank you.
Again, let's not forget the other parts of the community members also that have done a lot of work. Drew, Jarrell, Jack, anybody on those spaces, everybody. This is a day for MMTLP. Congratulations, community. It doesn't matter what part of the community, if you get along with them or not, everybody has worked hard to get this. I'm not leaving anybody out. Everybody took part in this. Even if you send out an email or a phone call, you took part of this. Congratulations, MMTLP. Congratulations. Go ahead, Rowena. Actually, let's go to Dr. Ed and then Rowena. Go ahead, Dr. Ed, because I know that you have patience and you're working.
Yeah, I'm just going to, Anna, I don't know who started all this, but Anna was at Pitbull. But, I talk to Richie every day, and the exhaustion in his voice at the end of the day is just, it's unbelievable. And he's motivating me so much to constantly press everybody, call Congress. And I put together forums and I try to make it easier for people to make the contacts. And, there's a lot of differences in the community, but, Richie tells me, hey, Matt's helping him with emails. Kimberly's helping him with emails. Double A's helping him with emails. Obviously Drew, Jack's made a ton of phone calls. And then obviously the other side, And I'm going to say the other side. It is what it is. There's a fraction. Who cares? But this is unity right now. And there's no I in team. And I'm so happy for everybody. I'm totally missing so many people. Junk, Jarrell, you, Busy, Anna. If I'm forgetting somebody, please, I sincerely apologize. But I'm so happy. Honestly, I'm really the most happy for Don because I know personally he's made 300 phone calls, and these phone calls, he might be on the phone 20 to 40 minutes, and I'm just so proud of him. That's all I have to say.
Thank you, Dr. E, and thank you for always, coming to the mic and cheering us on and continuing to push us to, make the calls. You would say, I'm not getting caught in the drama, just let's make the calls, and that's what we have to continue to do, guys. I know this is exciting. We've had so much happen this week, but we just want to make sure that we really get transparency, and that's why I want people to continue to reach out to Congress and to ask them to also seek the numbers from the 105 brokers. The SEC has had 8 months to respond to this. I spoke with Gary Gensler. I know he's been aware of it since I met him back in April. So the fact that they're now having to send a letter to him to explain, to look into it, we know he's been looking into it. We just want to make sure that we are not, that we're not going to be defrauded again. that our regulatory agencies, because they can't be trusted, that we actually get the numbers also from the broker-dealers. We want the numbers from them all. We want to make sure that we're being told the truth, because we see that how the lies and the manipulations have been rampant. I mean, it's unbelievable what we have been through, and I want each of you guys to appreciate that. So when you make these calls, when you're calling Congress, thank them so much, because it's so true. These legislative counsel and the assistants, they're the ones that we've been speaking to at length, and they understand it, or starting to, right? And they want to help us. In order to help us, like, for real, they need to push a little harder. We need to get the numbers from the broker-dealers, because we already know that FINRA is saying they don't have the numbers. So unless the SEC is going to turn the blue sheets over to Congress, which is really what I hope is going to happen, we need to push to get the numbers from the broker-dealers. So guys, continue to keep the efforts up and thank Congress for what they've done, but just say, you know, we have a right to be fearful here. We've been really defrauded, and we haven't been heard, especially from the SEC and FINRA. So just wanted to put that out there.
Hey, Busy, I want to say something real quick. I know you got hands, but I just want to, one more thing that nobody's going to bring up. I haven't been on the spaces as much in the last 2 weeks. This situation has put a strain on my relationship with my girlfriend. She doesn't understand what's going on sometimes. She kind of does, she kind of doesn't. This letter helps vindicate what everybody's been through. And so I'm glad for everybody to see it. We're not nuts, you know, and so use that to your advantage.
Yeah, and if I can add to that, Dr. Ed, copy-paste sent me a DM, and I endorse 1,000%. Copy this letter, send it to your congressperson, and ask them when they're going to join the fight. So use this as leverage. I hate to say it, but embarrassment goes a long way for these guys. Even if you have Congress people that you said, yeah, we'll write a letter, send it to them and say, why don't you just sign on to this one? Or write your own, but use this as leverage. Send it to all of your congressmen and all of your connections.
Let's go. Let's continue with hands. Please, you know, this is a day of celebration.
And should I just give a shout out, because I just saw Alex Biscuits, and I want to give a shout out to him because it was way back in the beginning. I just want to say it. He was the one who was like, guys, go reach out to Congress. I'm working with them. You write the letters, reach out to your representative. And it was really him pushing us to reach out to our representatives and making that push that I want to thank Alex Biscuits, because he was really a good instrument in this, and he was so helpful, and he guided us. So thank you, Alex. We're here, and Norman signed the letter, so he was working with Ralph Norman, and it's just exciting. Thanks. Sorry, Busy. I didn't mean to jump ahead.
No. I'm really happy just to think that you and I and another community member were sitting in the morning, talking to another community how to help them. Talk to a congressional member. And then I'm with Don Fizz, and all of a sudden this comes out. It just pushes you harder every single day to continue to reach out, and it just shows the whole entire community coming together. I know we named some names here. If we left you out, please forgive us. We're just excited, and let's just go through the hands and come up here and say your piece. Just take a mic. This is a good day for us. Again, the mission's not over, right? But this is a huge stepping stone in the right direction for us to be made whole. I'm really happy for the community. I'm sorry. Go ahead, Rowena. You have the mic.
Yeah, thank you. Well, first of all, I'd like to, thank all those people I've met at the Congress, the one who lobbied. Anna, when I met you, you're beautiful in person, you're beautiful in heart. Syntax, all the people like Notoriety, Containment. I've met William Farnsad. I've met Annette during the SEC right in front of, when we did the, I'd say that, and we were protesting, it's a lot more smoky. I just feel like right now, I'm so excited. I know the battle just has begun. At least now we know that the enemies, they know we're here, because before they've always you'll go to Congress, they'll just talk to you, they'll just listen, but then it's like talking to a wall sometimes. They would listen, and you don't know whether it's just, it falls on deaf ears. But now I think the proof or the fruit of our labor is now coming to fruition, slowly coming to fruition. And I'd say, when it rains, it pours, because all these wells notice now, NBHS1 and this. And what I'm excited about is that on that letter, it says they expect a response from Gensler, from the SEC on August 11. So there's a time frame that we know that we're looking forward to. It's not an open-ended date. So it's very exciting. And to everyone who hosted the spaces, BC, Chang Sabi, everyone, Jen, everyone, I think all of us had taken part, and let's continue to fight, just like Anna said. Let's continue to fight. We're still fighting a battle, and hopefully we'll just see that light at the end of the tunnel. And it's very exciting. Everything is very exciting. It's making you think, should I transfer to AST right away? Blah blah blah. I think that S1 really also is very powerful. It's a powerful move because they know now that the count is coming, and we all know what we have. So just hold on tight and keep fighting. Thank you.
Thank you, Rowena.
Congratulations to all of us. Thank you.
Stand by. I think, Anna, did you want to say something? I know you were having problems connecting. I got you back up here now. Go ahead if you can.
Oh, no. Go ahead. To Hands busy. I'm sorry. I was just kind of coming in and out. I apologize.
Okay. Thank you, Rowena. I'm going to get through Hands here, and I'm going to get through the speakers. I don't know who's next. I'm not writing a list yet, but go ahead. Let's go to
It was MTG. It was MTG.
Okay, MTG. Go ahead. You have the mic, and then Goa Grande.
Well, what's happening, guys? I guess if you want to go fast, go alone, and if you want to go far, right, you got to go together. Hearing a junk talk right now, it made me think of a quote, and I think as a community, I think it'll resonate with everyone, right? But it's about courage, and it says courage doesn't always roar. Sometimes courage can be quiet, and it's just at the end of the day saying I'm going to try again tomorrow, right? And I think that everybody in this community has had so many days where you've woken up and you've been ready to absolutely roar, and you're a lion or a lioness, and the fight is in your front yard, and you're ready to put on your shoes and tie the laces and get out there and swing. And then there's other days where you're just, all you can do is get up and say, pardon my language, but fuck, I don't have the energy today. I got to do this again tomorrow. And I think as a community, man, that's something that's as a group and as a whole, even myself, I'm so very grateful to everybody. Even as hosts, you guys have been so gracious, and the days that I'm sure you wake up and you're broken, and this thing has affected everybody in different ways, financially, emotionally, the stress, the pain, the heartache. But days like today, guys, it's absolutely proof to show that when you have I had to stop. When you've had thousands of people that have been through the same thing and understand, different backgrounds, but everyone's been stolen from, everyone's been taken advantage of, and all the time and effort that you guys have put in, I think this is a culmination of a bunch of people that one day or another, someone had the courage to step up and keep pushing, so as a group, I would say, let's continue to feed off of each other's energy, and we'll keep this fight going. And if someone's tired, just know, courage doesn't mean get up and fight. It means just tell yourself, I'm going to be quiet today, but I'm going to get up and I'm going to fight again tomorrow. So let's keep up this fight. It's not over yet, but everybody in here, give yourself a hug, and this is a W for us, whether we realize it or not. This is a W. We're paving the way, and this is something that's absolutely never been done. I mean, it's never been done. We got FINRA responding back. We got giants fighting, you know, a bunch of Goliaths fighting a couple Davids, and they're calling each other. This is a movement that's never been done, and it's taken longer than we thought. But when you're going through uncharted waters, right? We don't know what we're going to come up against, and as a group, we've been able to accomplish some great things. So for all you hosts, thank you, and to everybody, man, let's keep fighting. But we're being heard, and this is 100% proof for that. So well done, everybody.
Thank you, MTG. I want to give the point of privilege to Hollywood Henry. Hollywood, you have the mic.
Man, I'm kind of speechless. You know, I already got the download of the letter. I'm already including it in the media packets. I'm already excited about. I already called my printer like, yo, I need you to include all of this PDF of this letter, just because how powerful it is. The fact that it has 15 signatures, a formalized letter for all to see. And like the previous speaker was saying, that doesn't mean quit. That doesn't mean stop. You know, I'm already thinking, I'm going to use this letter and use it to build upon that and send it to the media and show them, look, it's not just a crazy group of people who are talking about this. This shows more evidence, shows that there's Congress people getting behind it. And to everybody that's been part of this, you know, the space host, people who have called, the tweets, the emails, the packets that have been sent out, the people who have gone and met with their congressperson, whether their state or local representative, the DD team, people who have donated to even give us the opportunity to send out packets, to be able to push forward. You know, absolutely everybody's played a critical part in making this happen. And it's incredible that that it's dropping today.
You, sir, deserve a round of applause. Thank you. Thank you, Hollywood. All right, anybody?
Can I just say something to Hollywood Henry? Because you know what, Hollywood Henry, you have done so much for this community and for our cause. You know, without you, we would not have gotten out over 50,000 letters. I would have never been able to stand in front of Gary Gensler and say that to him, because it never could have happened without you. And, you know, thank you. Just thank you. Thank you for sending me the letters so that I could, or the packets, so that I could go to DC with them and feel so confident. Just from the bottom of my heart and from everyone in this community, because I know we talk about it on Spaces all the time. You have given us such a gift, and with fairmarketsnow.org, you have given us a voice, and you were the reason we were able to make all of these contacts within Congress, and just thank you.
Definitely appreciate that, Anna. And like I said, even this week when the news dropped from NextBridge with a press release, I haven't stopped my actions. I'm not going to stop my actions. It's going to continue regardless of what the company is doing. I'm always going to keep pushing forward to get media attention, to ensure that we never kind of like rest on our laurels, right? It's always keep pushing forward until we get the final resolution. That's my main goal. Continuing with that, I appreciate all the warm wishes and all of that. Nothing changes on my side. Still pushing forward, still trying to get Jon Stewart, trying to get The Blaze, trying to get Charles Payne, try to get us on Fox News, try to get us on CNBC, and really blow this out the water and let people know we want a resolution. You should have gave it back to us back then before we actually blew this up. You fucked up. You should have actually done this 6 months ago.
Right. We want the whole world to know about counterfeit shares. Exactly. We want them out of the market. And guys, this is a time, like, even when MNTLP is exposed and we're there, we still need to continue to educate Congress and to band together to let them know it's not just MMTLP. This is a market-wide problem. They are robbing the 99.5% and killing companies that can save lives. And that is what we need to continue to push, even though we know in NTLP we're here, but we're not 100% here, right? Because we have so much that we're up against, right? So we have to make sure that we continue to educate Congress so that this can be fixed forever. That's it. That's what I wanted to say. And thank you, Hollywood Henry. And I just thank you.
And Hollywood, I just emailed Charles Payne, not DM'd it. just email it to him. So let's get that.
And I'm sending him a packet. I'm sending several packets to, even though he's already been on board, I want him to see the full packet, the comprehensiveness, how we've broken down the issue. So I'm already sending to Fox Business Network as well.
I'll get with you, and I'll get with you. That way we can email, because I don't want to just hand out his email address. But I'll get with you. That way he could get that package in his hand, along with this letters that just came out, the 3-page letter. So I'll get together and deal with you. Thank you so much, everything that you're doing, Hollywood, and everything that you have done for the community. Let's continue on with hands. I have a list going. It's going to be Gora Grande, Jan, LB, Pinstripes, and Tony. Gora Grande, you have the mic.
Thank you. This is just amazing. I don't think I can match the language of some of our prior speakers, but I'm just thrilled. I want to thank all of the hosts, all of the people that have been behind this. I too remember Alex Biscuit and the DMs, and so many people have been pushing from so many different perspectives and all. And I know I've not been able to these last 3 weeks. I've had some family issues, but I'm still here. And one thing I'd like to say is, people do drop in and drop out. So let's remember those members who may be suffering or others that need to know this news beyond ourselves on Twitter. Be sure we get that out to give them the hope that they need to cling to. And as someone spoke about uncharted waters, I remember 20-some years ago, someone cut out a magazine article. It shows a little boy in a lake, in a little pond, in his swimsuit with a boat, and it says, "You can't become an industry leader without exploring uncharted waters." And that's what I would say MMTLP is. You guys may know on my profile I put, "We are MMTLP. We aren't going away." And it was never meant to be, we're better than you guys. It's just, we are this amazing group of talented, impassioned, fact-filled individuals who want fairness in the markets. And we come upon a grave, egregious situation, and we fought to rectify it, and we still are. And I agree absolutely with Anna. We can just ramp up the pressure. But I'm just absolutely thrilled. I'm stuck here in Silicon Valley. I would have loved to go to Congress, but I just say, go MMTLP, go Gora Grande, go fair markets. Thanks.
Go ahead, Jen.
Hey, Busy and Anna and everybody. Wow, this is such an exciting day, and I just wanted to say I just got off the phone with Congressman Flood's office, Mike Flood from Nebraska, and he was the one that my sweet mother, Grandma Lila, focused in on and wrote letters to weekly and put her little phone call in on her jitterbug, and write, put a stamp letter, and I happen to know the dots very well because my mom grew up in Nebraska, and is where she's from. It's where her heart is, and she just knew that if anybody would stand up for us, it would be the good Midwest people, the Representative Flood of Nebraska. And when I called his office, they were absolutely thrilled that they could do this. They said that they should be very excited for what's coming from this, and that they putting
all right.
So,
I can. I'll put this down here.
Is anybody? Is she roboting for everybody else, or is it just me?
Yeah, Jen, you're
I'll put this down here. If they call me out, then I'll answer. But
Thank you, Jen. And I'll put you on top of the line. I just want to make sure that the community gets to hear what you have to say.
I never knew being straight could be so lonely. Well, yeah, I tend to agree, Ryan, that the response is going to be a delay. But let's just celebrate this.
I thought Tony was in front of me. I'll wait.
We'll celebrate it now. To the person who asked why I only showed 6 signatures, it's because they only sent me 6. That 15 people signed this.
That we've had, and as William said, we might as well drop this in our books that July 28th will probably be one of the greatest days in the financial markets. I was just wondering, where do we go from here now? Is there
I think
timeline we should expect as far as the back and forth?
I'm trying to remember some of the questions. I think one of the questions, how do I feel about this? I think it's tremendous. But I think we need to follow up. I think one thing I'll do, these are promises. I don't have a wife. I don't have a secretary. It's just me. I'm not, I think I'm going to send a handwritten thank you note to each one of these signatories. And I think everybody should do that. Imagine if they got 10,000 thank you cards. It'd be pretty amazing.
Yeah, so there will be potentially a back and forth. But as we've talked about before, this is actually step 2 of their normal
I couldn't tell if they were. I heard my name, but they weren't calling me. Well, someone's asking about transferring. And I wrote it down that I was going to answer KYP on that issue. I have quite a bit of money tied up in this for me. And sorry, all my papers are a mess. I can't find the note I wrote about KYP.
Good luck, everybody, and congratulations.
I'll just stop looking. I can't find it.
Pinstripe, go ahead. Thank you, Savvy.
Wait, Pinstripes. Before we go to you, I'm sorry, Pinstripes. Jen is back up. Let's give her a chance.
Go for it. Absolutely.
Get it, brother. Go ahead, Jen.
I have shares in my IRA and in my regular account, and I believe, for me,
space before this, and somebody says something along the lines of, now that the congressional fight is over, and I was actually invited to co-host, so I jumped in as the co-host and said, I don't think this congressional.
This isn't over.
Not even close. And then
yeah, it's just,
later,
and they're gonna.
Fantastic, but I did bring up that this was already leaked to be a possibility this morning, and then when it was official, it's even better. I know everybody's gone through a lot, man. Dr. Ed, I just heard, voice your issues with the relationship.
Sorry, I'm getting distracted by what they're saying, but let me give you what I.
There are going to be chapters in collegiate books written about this. This is
unread chapters.
The fact that we stayed together. Yes, there are disagreements in the community, but the fact that there is a community is what matters. You don't always have to agree with somebody. Stick with the community initiatives.
It's 5:17 in the aftermarket. I don't know where it closed.
Busy, Anna. We're gonna forget frickin' names. William P. Farron, actually. Let's throw that out there. I see he's co-hosting. I think he does YouTube videos every day. He's brought this to light on YouTube as well. There's some YouTubers Terry's been there. Obviously, Bird Lady brought this to everybody's attention. Tony did a great job of breaking down numbers as well. There's so many people, and just everybody should take a bow to themselves today. And,
I'm not taking no bow.
Cocktail, and we're getting right back.
And I'm not having no cocktail.
Let's not forget Paul T. Let's not
Paul
forget
T.
Guys,
Andrew.
Marty Vandoff and Busy, you guys started this whole thing with your spaces early on. Absolutely. You know,
Busy
Marty
for sure. Busy, we're giving everybody props, but you're hosting, so we're forgetting about you. Busy for sure. Andrew for sure.
Yeah, Marduk. Cannot forget Marduk. It's just the list goes on. You know, copy and paste. And let me just bring up Pedro. Even though he's not really part of our community, he really is, because he has helped Anna. And you know, Anna, I'll let you speak on that.
Oh my God, I do. I love this community so much.
I'm getting distracted by.
I know it feels like it's been 8 months of hell. Some days I'm like, how did I get here? And what is this? Like, it feels like I've been living in a movie that you couldn't even write because it's so unbelievable. Like, to tell this story is
Well, Deacon Blues. I think it is perhaps a victory lap, but I think people should celebrate this. This is huge. But I agree with you. There's going to be a big fight ahead. But no one will ever deny that this group of congressmen and women wrote this letter. So it's a good. I'm getting distracted, but to go back to KYP's question and someone else's question, what would I do with my I don't know what to call it, shares of MMTLP in my account? I tried to have them delivered to AST, I think 4 months ago, something like that. And I was assured that it would happen. I called back in and followed up, and I was told we can't do that. And of course I did my whole, do you know who I am? I want to speak to, that whole thing. And ultimately what they said is, well, we can't send it to AST, but we can send a certificate to you. And I said, is it a real certificate? I said, yes, sir, it'll be a real certificate. I said, okay, that'd be fine. Weeks went by, followed up on that, because they said it would take several weeks. And I said, I never received my shares. And they said, well, no, it's in margin. I said, my account's not a margin account. Well, it's in margin. And we couldn't do it because you have to transfer it to the we have to get it in the cash account. I said, okay, well, is that something you could accomplish now? Yes, sir, we'll do that now. I said, great. And they said they'd send it out. That was over a month ago. And I called here on the air. I called in, and they said that they will. That's not what he said. He said he can't promise, but they'll try to get it out to me, to get the shares out. That's in my regular account. In my IRA, I just left it because I assume they can't transfer it. Although there's a modicum of hope from what I heard today on this call, so I might follow up on that. I think the
first thing I said, they just got caught. That's why I came on to a couple of calls,
And so my view is, if you leave your shares at your brokerage firm, the advantages of leaving your shares at your brokerage firm are: 1, you don't have to do anything. 2, if trading is opened up, you can trade. 3, if the brokerage firm does some sort of gray market, either with all the other broker-dealers or on its own, you don't have to do anything. You'll receive that phone call. 4, if there's a legal liability or fiduciary liability, or whatever you want to call it, moral liability, that the broker-dealers feel they have to act on, I think they'll respond to the shares which are in their account. So, and I guess the 5th thing is, if you leave your account, your shares in the account, your purchase price is there, your tax records are there, you're not going to lose them in a fire, you're not, your dog's not going to poop on it or something, so you'll, it's just the security of having it there. So those are the advantages I see to leaving it in the system. And I would say that as it relates to this situation, what matters is if you believe the stocks, the shares will trade, and maybe even have a chance at squeezing. But certainly if there's going to be a buyout offer of some kind or any kind of financial arrangement, having the shares in your account is the best way to know that you'll be notified. It's the best way to know that you will be offered a chance to participate, and you won't have to do anything other than answer your phone or respond to an email. Those are the positives. The negatives I see are that, or the one negative, I only see one negative, is that the shares are counterfeit. So is it possible that the system, the criminals, are able to convince everyone that nothing should be done, that we don't deserve anything? I suppose there's a chance of that. I don't think they're going to succeed. I listed it yesterday, but the lawyers on the bad guy's side are going through all the lowest levels of Dante's hell in if I can use that as an analogy, to just cover. They can tell their client, we tried all those things, and it's predictably bad what they're trying to do. Now it's the Wells letter. None of it will work in my judgment, but it could. And so there's that risk. I don't think it's a very high risk, but you have to admit that by leaving your shares in your account, you probably have a much higher, I'd say close to 95% chance. And certainly if AST ever gets, receives all the shares that people have, your odds that what's in your account is counterfeit is pretty high. Okay, so that's leaving it. And maybe I've left something out. If you have an opportunity, as several people have said, with Fidelity, is what I remember, to deliver your shares directly to American Stock Transfer. In other words, they're going to take your certificates out of street name at Fidelity, and they're going to move them to American Stock Transfer. You'll have an account there in your name. I would do that. From my perspective, I would do that in a heartbeat. What you benefit there is your shares are in a secured location. You will be notified by NextBridge of any events and anything that happens. You can participate in this recent dividend that hasn't been approved yet. You will be notified of anything like dividends, buyout. You know, you'll be a shareholder for sure in NextBridge. The negative of doing it is that you may not, in the process of transferring and in the process of calling, because at some point, if there's a squeeze, and I'm not saying there will be, the phone calls will go to AST. Hey, can I sell my shares? There may be a delay while they set up a facility by which you can sell your shares. So I believe if you move your shares to AST, you have to plan on not being able to trade your shares in the market, in a short squeeze, and possibly even in a gray market offer from your broker-dealer. Your broker-dealer will forget all about you, and they will probably wash their hands of any legal or financial obligation they have to you. So those are the negatives. The idea of taking the certificate delivered at home is the worst choice in several facets. One is that once you're out of the system, you can't get back in. You can't get back in without paying a lot of money, taking a lot of time, and there's only one or two sort of pound of flesh so-called broker-dealers in the country. One's out on the West Coast, and there's another one around here somewhere who will do this for you. But then you pay them $2,000 or $3,000. It takes 60 days. You have to give them your shares so they open an account. If you want to sell, they get the price for you, which means you're going to be penalized to the downside. It's just not an attractive way to go. But what are the benefits? What are the benefits? The benefits are you are a shareholder. You will be notified. I believe because the big shareholders are aware of this situation, they will make an arrangement with either this transfer agent or some broker-dealer that all the negatives I just described will be gone. But you can't know that. The system is set up so that if you own a paper certificate, you might as well not own anything. You might as well just hang it behind your toilet in your shed as a remembrance. So there's no one answer. For me, I would like to know that I own my shares. I'm happy to have, even if it doesn't trade, what I view as ownership in a private placement of a company, NextBridge, whose management have done nothing but impress me. And I think they have a successful company. So anyway, there's no right answer.
Yeah, I'm sorry, I'm driving and I had to put the passcode on my phone to open it back up.
On Wednesday, I told TD I wanted my shares transferred to AST. They put in an order. I don't think they'll get it done. I called today. Oh, wow.
Thanking you for all of your efforts.
Wow, good. I think that's great. The fee, my fee was $60, and I said, "Are you going to debit my account?" I don't mind paying it.
Agreed. So I'd like to extend it to the entire community, and I'm just going to read the words just in case no one saw it or anyone didn't see it. So here it is. There will be a time in human history when your actions will be recognized for the exceptional fortitude and commitment in resolving this matter. You are appreciated beyond words could fully express. Thank you.
A jumbo certificate. That's great.
Especially thank Gandalf in particular, because without Gandalf, I would not even be here.
Gandalf. They're congratulating Gandalf.
As much as I know about MMCLP and its history, he is the bridge that.
No, I don't think you need to, Chloe. People have asked me what I would do. If you, to me, like this gentleman just said, he could do it TD Ameritrade. If your broker says you can transfer your shares to AST, American Stock Transfer. From my perspective, I'd do that in a heartbeat. The negative is you may miss the short squeeze, but I don't see that coming back anyway. But others do. Others do see that 2 days of trading will come back. I don't see it. You have to judge your own view on that. I would do it in a heartbeat if they let me. But I was told by E-Trade that, I don't know. I don't remember, 3 or 4 months ago, that they would do it. And then I found out they didn't do it. And then they said they can't do it. So I don't know if it's an issue that they have with American Stock Transfer. I don't know if it's a some sort of legal advice they got in the meantime. I can't figure out what their risk would be. But they said they could send me a stock certificate. 2 or 3 times they said it's done. Yesterday when I called in, they said, well, we don't want to promise, but we'll do our best. So the benefit of being at AST, in my opinion, Chloe, is you have your shares. You know you own a piece of NextBridge. But I don't know that it prevents you from having to continue to be in this drama, in the sense that lawyers are probably going to go after NextBridge, whether they're right or not. A settlement, I don't know where you are, Chloe, but there's 105 broker-dealers. Let's just say you're at Davenport & Co. out of Richmond, Virginia, a old line conservative firm, and Davenport says, you know what, we're going to take care of this situation, and we're going to
he was thanked by me many times on here, Michael. We didn't miss him. We definitely shout out Marduk, Jack, Jarrell, Andrew, everybody. This is not only
so
this is a community effort.
What did not legal advice says, because
everybody took part in this, and I greatly appreciate everybody's effort. This is a day of
the reply to Wells' notice will crucify FINRA.
We didn't mention anybody. My apologies, but definitely they have been an instrumental part of the success with this letter going out to the SEC and Gary Gensler. Continue on, Michael. That was it. If I missed it. But when people are throwing around thanks, it's a big deal to make sure you get it. So that's all I understand.
Hey, Busy, for some reason I can't see hands or anything, but I just want to quickly jump in there and also say, I was going to say it myself, but I think Drew Diligence worked extremely hard and without flagging. So I just want to throw in my support for that. The other person that no one's mentioned, but I'll throw out as well is the CEO of Vocal, Frommer, because he hosted the event in D.C. where everyone from I always forget the Statue of Liberty. I always forget her. Syntax and Smokey and everybody was there. George Donahue. It was just an amazing event, and I think he deserves credit for that effort as well. Anyway, I'll get off.
Thank you, William. Michael, if you would done, sir, I'd like to move on with hands. Good to go, Michael?
I'm sorry, I'll drop down. No problem. I can't see. I probably interrupted, but I just can't see the...
Curtis, never seen you before here, sir.
I'm new, first-time caller, long-time listener. This is huge.
Okay, so the advantage of being an AST or getting the certificate, simply put, is you have the shares. That's it. The disadvantage is, depending on which, you lose some optionability in terms of participating if there's trading or a gray market. But it's not 100% shut off. It's more effort. I suppose the other issue is you could, if you had a certificate, you could lose it. But a lost certificate can be replaced. So anyway, the positives of remaining in your brokerage account is if there's a financial settlement, if there's a legal settlement, if there's both, you'll participate for sure. And I think the question you have to debate internally is, do you feel more comfortable having an illiquid, privately held company that you own the shares, or are you more comfortable owning this supposedly ready-to-trade vehicle, which may trade or may not trade, and I don't think it will, which may experience I don't know what to call it, a gray market solution, or you may just get a check from your brokerage firm. Do you just feel better having it at your brokerage firm? And to go to the example of Davenport, I'm sure Davenport doesn't have any of these criminals as clients. So Davenport would, in my judgment, say to the SEC or FINRA, we want to resolve this, and we're going to offer each of our clients, making it up, $100 a share. Well, if you have your shares at the brokerage firm, you're going to be able to participate in that. If you have your shares at AST or in certificate form, and not legal advice would probably be the one to ask this, but my guess is, number one, the broker-dealer is going to say, hey, we have no legal responsibility to you, Chloe, because we sent you your shares and we've washed your hands of it, number one. And number two, I don't think you'll be offered a deal by the broker-dealer so they can get your signature on a release. This is where this is headed right now. Broker-dealers are going to want to define their loss, and they're going to want your signature on a release. If you get the shares sent to you, they're not going to even call you up. So it's a mixed bag. But for me, if I get my regular account sent to me, and I don't, it hasn't happened yet, I'll have those shares, and I'll have my shares in the IRA at the brokerage account, because they can't send it to me. I asked them. So I'm kind of have a foot in both boats. I have My smaller position is remaining in the system. I've requested the rest come to me in certificate form. But what makes, and I'll finish with this, what makes me different from you in almost all cases is I am extremely, comfortable in owning an oil and gas investment. 2, I would like to own an oil and gas investment like NextBridge. And so that makes me different than most of you. I'm not sure. I'm not sure there's one answer that is best. I'm really not. I think any settlement that Greg McCabe is involved in and John Berta will apply to everyone, regardless of where they hold their certificates. So I hope I helped with my answer. I feel like I was completely unclear. Well, Tuck T, buy-in may happen soon with Finger and GTII because of this letter. Yes, but I don't think the letter is a panacea. Is that the word I want? I think the letter is going to result in a lot of dissembling from Gary Gensler and his staff at the SEC. I don't expect any quick resolution because of that letter. But what the letter does, it's a bona fide communication from the Financial Committee of Congress. It puts to shame any journalist, any professor who calls us the problem. I don't know if they're calling out to me.
All right, so with that being said, we're going to go to Mark and then Jen. Mark, you have the mic.
Yeah, I just got out of a court hearing that lasted about an hour. What did I miss?
Filament savvy?
No, I know what's going on.
I was going to say, you weren't joking.
No.
Sorry, I'm just trying to get on this call better.
And this really goes down to, this boils down to the heart of the community, right? This was a concerted effort on all fronts, even the conspiracy theorists and everything else. But I'm gonna play lawyer with you, okay? And
Somebody put this up.
Going through the weekend and really enjoy the weekend because this is a huge win. This is like you filing a massive securities fraud complaint in court.
I think this is Mark Bazile.
The SEC is going to appear in front of the committee and is going to start explaining away how things were and how they saw things happen and how maybe nothing nefarious from their end that they can see happened. So my suggestion is that while this is, this is like a cataclysmic, momentous occasion that nobody has ever been able to do. So, you guys are just unfreaking believable. But Monday starts to work. And I think Monday, there has to be some sort of committee formed that will put together 20 questions or 30 questions that you want your congressional representatives to specifically ask at that hearing. So general questions that they may come up with based upon some information they have can't easily be danced around by the SEC. So in other words, you want to hold the SEC's feet to the fire. So this is a huge win, Anna. I told you when you were walking the halls of DC, you're a fucking rock star to begin with. You still are. So is everybody who supported this effort. But from my perspective, they're going to come in and they're going to say, oh, well, we looked at this and we're blaming these people. And that was according to statute. And that was according to code and this and that. And there's nothing to see here. Because that's what government agencies do.
Yeah, I'm not.
There's nothing to see here. So you open the door.
They're going to point fingers.
Now you have to examine them under oath. And the way to do that is you take the people who are best at due diligence and best at asking questions. And I actually would include due diligence in that group, because just the nature of the way he bothers the shit out of people, all the questions that he asks, him and Gandalf, I mean, they would definitely contribute to that committee, because there's no more trying to ask about 2 days of trading right now. This is focused on what the SEC's response is going to be to everything that happened since, 2021, right? So you want to make sure that
I wish I had air
your
conditioning.
congressional leaders who are
I
at
have
that
it,
hearing
but I wish it worked.
with the specific questions, so they're not caught flat-footed. So if they didn't ask the right question and they didn't get the right answer, and then all of a sudden you guys hear it's not the right answer, or they danced around something that wasn't specific, they're not going to want to be bombed with phone calls and emails from you after the fact. So, you know, the best way to go into a war is to prepare for the war. And you guys have been preparing for this for a long time. You've been practicing. You've been vetting information. You've done, like I said, I wish I could hire almost all of you for my corporate intelligence team. You're that good. But now you need to consolidate that information, put it in a methodical, chronological order, and you have to do it in a way that hits upon every salient, specific compliance issue that the SEC is supposed to be supervising FINRA over and the markets in general. And I think if you do that, you not only won the first battle today, but you're going to end up winning the war on August 11th. And I'm just telling you from my attorney standpoint, that's what they're going to do. They're going to come in, they're going to talk their way around things, talk their way out of it, and your congressional leaders may not have the specific questions that need to be asked to kind of lead them down the right pathway to the right answers, rather than let them tap dance. So that's all I wanted to say. Congratulations to everybody. I've known the last several months all the efforts that people put in. I've talked to a lot of people offline, and just bask in this huge victory, because that's exactly what it is. You won, all right, you won this battle, but you won something. You finally won something. That's huge. Keep the momentum up. Very proud of all of you, and I'm glad I contribute whatever I can contribute to the community to help. So God bless all of you.
Hey Mark, do you have like 10 more minutes in case some community members come up here and have a question for you, sir?
Yeah, if I can answer it. I gotta leave at 5 though.
Hey, no problem.
So I wanted to jump in there with Mark. Mark, thank you for everything that you do. Not just providing
I
the
don't know how to
resources of you and your experience, which I just learned is far more extensive than just being a badass securities lawyer, but that of your firm, and then also just the personal support that you've supplied to so many people in this community, and your willingness to fight for us and recognize that we were harmed. But I also wanted to point out, before I ask you a question, that the SEC has a record of stonewalling this committee. And so we need to continue to think about ways that we can support the committee. And I think what Mark said is absolutely fantastic. And John Berta's questions are a great start for that. But David Reagan's are in his office. I mean,
I wish I had an assistant that could just do my technical stuff. I can't get it done.
And we need to mitigate our expectations and be prepared for anything. But Mark, this is actually our second victory. Our second victory in the last couple days.
Yeah, I think the AC runs a little bit, but I can't tell if it's the AC. The fan runs, and the air has a tinge of coolness to it. So I don't know what that means.
As sort of a crack in the pavement on their end. I think they've done that for damage control and for PR. I think they did it to partially take the heat off of themselves, that as if they weren't communicating with NBH. I think it takes some of the heat off of NBH.
It's a Freon leak. That's what I think, Deacon
They didn't tell anybody
Blues.
they were doing it, which is probably
I'm
the
going
right
to go
thing
up
do,
to
working
the
back channels or
Aces, the
whatever.
place,
So yeah, so
and ask if
that was
they
like,
have
that was like
Freon
crossing
and
the
if they can
Potomac
install
and
it for
sinking
me.
a couple of the English canoes. This is like dropping the bomb on Hiroshima. You know, I mean, it's still they're both victories in and of themselves.
Yeah, after we squeeze, I'll move
This is
to.
absolutely
I'll move
humongous.
somewhere.
It's absolutely huge, and you know, you know what? If you want to count this as a second victory, that's great, because on August 11th, 3 times the charm, right? So you got to be prepared for that.
Thank you, Mark. Thank you, Savvy. Jen, thank you so much. Jump in here. My apologies. Thank you for patiently waiting.
Well, thanks for putting up with my connection issues. But Busy and Anna, thank you guys so much for hosting this incredible space. And I just wanted to mention when I believe it was Anna first got the news and was reading off the names of the different Congress people.
That's what I'm worried about. Is I'm low on Freon. I checked the
specific name
filter,
and when Congressman Mike
but I
Flood's
don't
name
see any problem with it, and
was
it's
read
central air, so
I nearly started crying. I was so incredibly thrilled because my
I don't know
sweet,
how to
sassy
install
mom,
Freon.
Grandma Lila, is from Nebraska, and from the very beginning, she has focused all that she can in her sweet, non-tech savvy way of writing grandma letters to Congressman Flood's office. And that has been her one focus on doing her part
Sometimes
for
the
the
expansion
MMTLP
valve
messages
goes bad.
is
Ice.
calling his office from her
All right, so I'll go
little
look and see.
putting letters
I guess
in the
that's
mail.
in the
And when
outside
I heard that Congressman Flood was
unit
one of those
that
that
spins.
got behind
I'll
our
go look.
cause and put his name on
Well,
that letter.
Mark
I immediately
Bazile's
called his
there.
office
We'll hear what he
spoke with
says. He's
Andrew,
going to leave at 5 o'clock.
and they were almost as happy as we were. They
All
said
right,
we were.
maybe I'll just-
They had no hesitation in putting their name on the letter.
I'll just put it to the side. If he calls on me, I might have to go. But anyway,
The thing that he did say is we should be looking forward to a positive result. So
I am going. I don't know what to tell you about what to do with your shares. So I gave my answer, I guess. They leak. Hopefully it's not a huge job. AC always breaks when you need it the most. Expansion valve could be. Look at all of the fixes. All right, I'll do that on YouTube. I'm going to call a tech. I'll keep it simple. I'll move in with a chick. But I don't know anything, any of them. Wes Christian must be very excited by this. You do have an offer in, Deacon Blues?
bought and sold, and to stand up for the little guy and do the right thing. And those were always my mom's messages to him. And as thrilled as I was to hear the news of the letter, to see that Congressman Flood's name was on it was just icing on the cake.
Hey, Jen, this is for you and Grandma Lila.
So it's at 5:16 right now. It's my understanding that if I transfer my shares to American Stock Transfer, that I would lose my retirement account IRA set. John Crossman, that's kind of, I mean, that goes further than what I understood. I just was told they couldn't transfer it because my shares were in an IRA. There are self-directed brokerage firms. No one wants you to know about them. I don't remember their names right now, but there's a couple in Chicago. you could probably transfer there, and then they transfer it to AST, but or they do something to protect you. But I don't know. I think it just causes more problem. There's an advantage, I think, to leaving your shares with your brokerage firm, because your brokerage firm, I think, violated the rules, violated the law. I think it's like there's a word for it in law. When you go and leave your car at a garage, there's a name for that. When they take over your car for that time, I just don't remember that name. And the brokerage firm, by doing that trade, owed you that settlement. Owed you the shares as promised. So there's an advantage of remaining under their big umbrella if there's a cash settlement or otherwise. But for me, I'd be just as happy to have my shares. Care, custody, and control. That's it, Skinny. But there's a short word for it, like there's a word for it. Same thing when you go to the dry cleaner, or you leave your paintings at a art gallery. There's a name for it, but that's what it is. Is their amount too small? No, there's not an amount too small. They're set up for it. Pete, Pete, you don't have. You're talking as if you're in a lot of heat. All right, I'm gonna.
So Congress doesn't actually have the power to make FINRA or the SEC have this trade.
You can. You don't want my smoker on your deck.
So
Yeah.
that's what we're pushing for Congress. And thank you,
No,
Rosalind, for
I don't.
the mic, and just always with your
But in the
passion,
backyard, you can put it.
Congress, and I just want to give a special thanks to you, Rowena. Thank you.
Thank you, and I don't think Anna can hear me, but I got Mark for 3 more minutes. Mark, if you wanted to chime in on Rowena's question, please do so.
I'm choking down a bagel right now. I can't.
All right, so that's Mark's leaving.
Yeah, I'll be standing by. I just threw it out there because I got all these things that I want to share with you guys. Yeah.
Okay, thank you, Rowena.
Okay.
Whenever you're done chunking down that bagel, let me know. If not, I'm going to go ahead to Baron. Baron, you have the mic.
Thank you. Yeah, I want to put a special thanks out to MMT Studios and the video that they did and the team that put it.
Baron, you're breaking in and out, but I really want to hear what you have to say.
Together.
You're coming in robotic.
You wanted to shout out MMTLP Studios.
Try it again, Baron.
So go to.
You're roboting really bad.
I can't believe we forgot MMTLP Studios, MMTLP Resources, Winston. I mean, this community, it's just been unbelievable. MMTLP Studios, the stories, they're so powerful. And
My experience is when they want to bury a story, they will release it on Friday afternoon. Very good point, David. We made a real progress on Finger today. Yes, I think today the technical, I'm not a technician, but the trading to me means I think it's going to go up next week. Consignment. Maybe it's consignment, but that's not the word that I was looking for. It's
ask that question. So
it's something like, it's a legal term, and I think it begins with an H, and it's a short word. Yeah, but it's when you put things on consignment. Bailment, maybe. Might be bailment, Skinny Whale. Might be bailment, Skinny. I'm not a lawyer, so I can't. Bailment sounds right, though. Bailment sounds right. So the point is, you have a responsibility. And in the brokerage system, when you put up cash, your broker-dealer's saying, we confirm you bought 1,000 shares of MMTLP at $1 or whatever it was. And that's the deal. Well, instead, they're putting IOUs in your account with a promise to pay. Well, okay, but they still have that responsibility. They have to deliver that promise to you, and it's getting really expensive for them. In insurance terms, it's CCC, care, custody, and control. See, that's much easier to remember. Care, custody, and control. That's good. If NextBridge has instructed us to transfer to AST, doesn't that give us some protection? They haven't instructed you. They've made an offer to you that if you do, you can get the dividend in the, I want to say is it called the Rhino Project or something? I might have printed it out. But anyway, it's a separate project that Greg McCabe is contributing part of his working interest to give incentive. It's in the S1. You can look it up. Well, that's an incentive to transfer. That's not telling you you should transfer to AST. My guess is there's 105 brokers. I'm going to guess that out of the 105 broker dealers, there's a subset of participation, clients who are participating in moving over to American Stock Transfer. The number of shareholders, I bet it's only about 30% have participated in transferring their shares, and maybe less than that. So you have 105 broker dealers who have shares at the DTCC. So they have their shares at the DTCC in their name. So if it's Merrill Lynch, they might have 1 million shares at the DTCC in the name of Bank of America, Merrill Lynch, Pierce, Fenner, and Smith. However it's recorded, Merrill Lynch. But Merrill Lynch Merrill Lynch might have 10 million shares in their customer accounts. So in the case of Merrill Lynch, when you call in, I'm making these numbers up, but in the case of Merrill Lynch, when you call in, you might call in and ask, well, I want to send my 2 million shares over to American Stock Transfer. And Merrill's going to say, no, him, ha. If you call in, you say, I want to send my 1,000 shares over, they might say, okay, we can take care of that. The point is, Merrill Lynch, as long as Merrill Lynch still has some room, they can honor requests to transfer. But once Merrill runs out of this million shares, the rest can't go. But that's one broker-dealer. Obviously, it looks like TD Ameritrade is able to send. So maybe use it, let's say TD Ameritrade. Maybe they have 1 million shares at DTCC. But maybe TD Ameritrade only has 1 million shares in people's accounts. In other words, maybe TD Ameritrade was honest. So every time you call to transfer, they say, sure, we can do it. We'll transfer it. Because they settled all their trades. I'm making this up. But if you go down through the whole list of 105 broker-dealers, the global number, the macro number, may show the inversion. But on a broker-by-broker basis, there may be no problem, or there may be a huge problem. So, I've gone on so long, I forget the question I'm answering. It's hard to do two things. Well, we've got to figure this out. You're losing your mind. I think, Dalen, if I knew you and I were your advisor, this would be my order of advice. But I'm just one person, and I can't really give you advice. If you have a broker or if you have a I don't know, an accountant, a lawyer. Maybe your poodle could do a better job than I could. But my order of preference would be, if your brokerage firm allows you to transfer into AST, I'd do it. Then I think I would be 50-50 or even 70-30 on leaving your shares alone at the brokerage firm versus getting a stock certificate. A stock certificate is a fast track to limbo, to an eternal limbo. I have 2 certificates downstairs, and one is worth, I don't know, $8 or $80 or something like that. It would cost me $2,000 or $3,000 to get it back in the system. So if, for example, if you only have, let's say 500 shares, and I'm saying that respectfully, of MMTLP, and the settlement or the ultimate situation, I'm making this up because I don't believe this is going to happen, but MMTLP trades at $20. 500 times 20, I think that's $1,000. Maybe it's $10,000. Well, to get it back into the system, it's going to cost you $2,000 or $3,000. So, just to repeat myself, if you have the ability your brokerage firm says you can transfer to a American Stock Transfer, I would do that. Secondly, I think not knowing anyone's situation, it might be leaving your shares at the brokerage firm comes in second, and third place is receiving a stock certificate. Again, in my case, I don't mind having a stock that I can't trade for years. I'll just live with it because I like the idea of being in an oil and gas company with a great management team, it seems like, in a new field discovery. And I'll just wait until, I don't know, BP buys them out. Pete, I'm all over the place. Let me turn this off. I'm half listening to this. I'll just turn it off. Let's see if we can clarify this and not be all over the place. So I apologize, Pete. My mind was half on one thing, half on the other. Let's put this into the facts, Pete. So, Pete, there are 165 million of real shares. For simplicity, I'm assuming there's 1,165,000,000 in your accounts, in my accounts. I think because they're asking that currently the 165 million shares are either in brokers' names, street names, or at AST. But I assume that the shares that are at AST are fewer than this 165 million right now. So those are my assumptions. That means all of us who do not have our shares at AST, all of us, in my example, all of us own 1 billion shares of counterfeit Nexbridge. Doesn't exist. Worthless in terms of ownership of Nexbridge. It's not worth anything. But apparently there's still room at AST because they haven't filled up the 165 yet. So right now, this number at the broker dealers might be 1,065,000,000. So they're just trying to get this 65 to get up here, and then we're left with counterfeit shares. Okay, what does that mean? That means you don't own anything. You don't own dividends. You don't own participation in Nexbridge. I don't either. You don't own anything. But, and it's a huge but, what you owe, that's the thing that Skinny Whale was saying, CCC, or Bailment. I think she's right. That was the word I was looking for. Bailments. Although it may not apply to securities law, it's the concept. You gave your cash at settlement to your broker-dealer. They took that cash. They gave you a confirmation. And in fact, they put it in your account that you owned 1,000 shares of MMTLP. Then they took orders in it for many, many months. And that transaction in the first instance, where you put up cash and they said they delivered to you shares, is a ironclad contract. Ironclad. Unless we want to destroy our securities markets. That is an agreement. That's not the right word. That is as a broker, they have guaranteed that they've stood behind that settlement. So what you have in your account, those billion shares, and I'm in there too, I don't know. I'm not a lawyer. But the brokerage firm owes us, and these are big, well-capitalized firms, they owe us 1 billion shares. So for each one share we have, they owe us 1 share of NextBridge based on 1 over 165 millionth. They owe us costs. They owe us time. They owe us opportunity costs. They owe us penalties and suffering. Maybe there's something else they owe us. But by leaving your stock at the brokerage firm too long, once AST has 165 million shares, we know everything we have is counterfeit. Everything. So then what you have is this ironclad obligation on the part of the system, your broker-dealer, to honor what they said they gave you in return for your cash. Okay. What does that mean? To me right now, that means legal battle. And you're going to have a battle. And I told you, you're going to go from, hey, it was fraud. We don't owe anything. Hey, John Berta committed fraud. We don't owe anything. Hey, it should just be the original Torchlight holders. The rest is all fraud. We don't owe very much and maybe nothing. None of this, I think, will work, but they'll go down these steps. Then they'll say, hey, it should be $2.87. That was the closing price. You know, screw what people paid. That's what the last trade was. I don't think that'll work. But then they're going to go, hey, what we should do is just rescind all the trades. Just return people their money. If they paid $1, if they paid $9, whatever. I don't think that'll fly. Then they're going to say, hey, we want to just pay out $12 and see who gives it to us. I don't think it'll fly on either side because they're also going to want a release from the entire class. They're going to need a judge to say, or maybe it's already in the corporate formation documents, what percentage of people have to participate to bind the entire class. then they're going to say, well, we'd like to go out and do a reverse Dutch auction or something like that. We'd like to go out at $12, see how many we can get. Go out at $25, see how many we can get. Go out at $35, go out at $50. I don't think that's going to fly either, but they're going to try that. So that's what, if we have our shares at a brokerage firm, which I do, we're going to go through. And it's going to take a lot of time. It's not without risk. I don't think they're going to win on any of those. Any of them. They're not going to win. So then, ultimately, our lawyers will start, the lawyers that are on our side, will start winning their argument. And their argument's going to be just what I just said. You owe each of my clients per share 1 share of Nexbridge at 1/165 millionth ownership, plus you owe opportunity cost, time, maybe the same thing, suffering, legal fees, whatever it is. That's going to be a huge number, I think. And I think it's going to be valuable. And I think as long as you have your shares in your account, you'll get that. All right, what's negative about that? The lawyers will take 40%. So that's one negative, but I think that'll be built in. Time is another negative. I think the risk that you don't receive anything, although it's probably small, is a negative. And I guess those are the negatives. But the positives are that the firm has their obligation to honor that contract. Right now it's going through a legal system, which can take forever. But as long as your shares are at their bailment, at their custodialship, they have this obligation. So if we as a collectively win, you're in then. Now, my dire prediction of it taking a long time could be short-circuited by, for example, this letter could cause a speed up of enforcement. This letter and things like it could cause some broker-dealers to want to just get out of the situation and settle up. It's possible that there's a regulator out there who is honest and acknowledges that the system has to take care of this. These things could happen more quickly than the legal route. But right now it looks like it's just going to go the legal route. Now, what's the difference? So just to summarize that, if you're not one of the ones that can get your shares over to AST, and that is a global issue, but it's also broker by broker by broker issue. So you might just be one of the fortunate sons who have your shares at a broker dealer that's not in trouble. They're not all in trouble. So I would do that. What you miss is the potential of a short squeeze. I don't see a short squeeze coming because I don't think they're going to give you trading. Otherwise, being at AST, being at a brokerage firm is almost identical. You can't borrow against the shares at AST and buy other stocks. you can't trade at AST as easily or fluidly. I'm going to guess that you can trade at American Stock Transfer on the closing price of every day. Or if you're, maybe it's the opening. But I think it'd be the closing price of every day. But it's basically the same. Now, if you stay at the brokerage firm after AST is full, you know you have counterfeit shares. So then you know you don't have anything. All you have is this contract that the broker-dealer is responsible for. Obviously, the criminals are responsible to deliver because they said they would. The prime broker's responsible because they told the broker-dealer that they would deliver. Right now, that's in a legal morass. But in its cleanest form, your broker-dealer owes what you contracted for. Well, what are the risks? They could go bust. Lawyers could end up diluting that responsibility. Maybe it never happens. Maybe they win the argument that we didn't buy what we thought we bought. So, hey, caveat emptor, like Jim, the pompous jerk Cramer said. So that's, I'm sorry, Pete, I'm thinking out loud, but if you have a chance to go to AST, you know you have your stock in Nextbridge. And if that gives you peace of mind, that's worth something. If you leave your shares at your brokerage firm beyond the time that American Stock Transfer closes the door, it's like Noah's Ark. It's closed. Now you're in a sea of counterfeit shares, and the ark's floating on top, but you're in the sea. You won't get those real shares. You might, if Nextbridge does my solution, which is so obvious, it's generic. But otherwise, you're not going to get shares. What you're going to get is what the court system decides you're going to get. You're going to have hundreds of attorneys arguing you deserve nothing, and they're going to play as many dirty tricks as they possibly can. You're going to have some really good lawyers arguing you deserve, in my opinion, $1,000 a share or more. But it really becomes, after Nextbridge has their full allotment of clientele, it really becomes our little chits that we have in our accounts are counterfeit. We can lie to ourselves, but they are counterfeit. And it's not your fault, not my fault. It's not the company's fault. It's the brokerage system's fault. But then you're just making a bet on what the settlement will be. Will it be that you can trade for 2 days? Will it be that you get a gray market settlement? Will it be that your broker-dealer just calls you up and says, we want to take care of this, sign here, which is kind of a gray market settlement? Will it be the settlement I've come up with? Who knows? Or will it be this legal route where you have ravenous attorneys doing class action suits, some attorneys doing a lot of work on the come, all wanting a piece of the carcass of the estate, and after 8 years, the solution is that the broker-dealers are going to put $2.2 trillion into a trust. They're going to pay the lawyers first. Well, if there's any debtor in possession financing, they'll pay that. I don't know how it applies here. But they'll pay the attorneys first. Whatever the attorneys ask for, judge will approve, comes off the top. Then they'll pay other costs. If there's fines, if there's taxes, they'll do all that off the top. Then if attorneys, some of them have splits on the proceeds with their clients, 50-50, 60-40, 70-30. That'll come. The money will go to the attorney. The attorney will split it before it's distributed to you. After all of that, Nexbridge will have already left the station as an investment. It'll be over and done with. You'll be getting money in the future without the ability to invest in Nexbridge or in any probably oil and gas company at an attractive price. But you'll be getting a payout. I assume you'd have to pay taxes at that time. You couldn't spread it out, but maybe there's provisions that you can put it into some sort of settlement contract, structured settlement contract, where the taxes are taken out over time. I don't know. But right now, there's this confusion caused by the fact there's confusion on everybody's part, and the charade can continue. Right now, lawyers, the regulators, journalists can all hide behind the confusion. But the facts are there's 165 real shares of Nexbridge. That's it. They issued some more, but in the context of this situation, there's 165 million shares. That's it. There's, in my example, 1.165 billion shares in people's accounts. And right now, the system can argue, hey, call in, get your shares transferred. Or the FINRA say, hey, we don't have anything to do. Or SEC will say, well, it's their job to transfer the shares. Or FINRA will say, move the short over and take care of it in a private company. Anyway, one journalist will say it's not a thing. Other people stare back at you blankly. But the fact is that this is my bad drawing of AST. AST, if it's a pond or a pool, it has 165 million room for 165 million shares. And right now, the confusion is not all 165 million have gone in here. So they can argue, well, your shares are real, because who's going to prove it different when you're in the brokerage system? Well, right now there's only, maybe 10 or 20% room in this pond until the 165 million shares are fully allocated. And then all of a sudden, the pond is AST, and there are 165 million shares of NextBridge, and they're at AST, leaving leaving 1 billion shares at your brokerage account and mine. There's no confusion anymore. There's no ability to say, well, just transfer your shares. It's already done. Right now, there's confusion. There's ambiguity. But once this is done, the only option you have is for success through the legal system, or if the regulators suddenly wake up and demand that the broker-dealers take care of this. Or my example of a settlement. But once you're here, that's your only option. You're betting on a legal settlement that will be bigger than the value of your shares up here. I don't know. Is it good? I don't know. So, Pete, I guess I'll stop there. I don't think I've clarified. I'm sure you're going, good Lord, you're all over the place. I don't see a clear-cut winner choice. I don't see a clear-cut winner, so maybe that's why I'm hemming and hawing. It was like a sub sandwich. M. Casey, if it is not going to trade and they give a settlement, does it matter if we're at ASC or the broker? I'm not a lawyer, but I think a settlement would be directed at the shares that remain in the brokerage accounts, not at the shares that trade, that have ownership in NextBridge. Because those shares, remember the contract at the beginning, you gave cash and they're supposed to give you shares? Well, those contracts were fulfilled. And I don't think the broker-dealers would owe anything further. There could be an argument by clever attorneys that this morass caused by the regulators and others harmed shareholders of NextBridge, so there's room for a lawsuit back, but that would be a separate lawsuit. So no, my answer, non-attorney, my answer would be is if the financial system and or the legal system came up with a settlement, it would be directed solely to shares held in custodialship by the broker-dealers. That's basically, David summarized it. That's how I would do it. But I can't give you financial or legal advice. If you can get into AST, I think you're safer, and I don't think you're giving up much of the pie. What you might be giving up is the chance at a short squeeze, which I think is a small chance anyway. And you might be giving up some bells and whistles in the settlement. But otherwise, you're safe at AST. You can trade your shares, but it's on a much more illiquid basis. And I don't know that. I don't know their policies at American Stock Transfer, but traditionally you can arrange for a sale. So anyway. Yeah, my head's pounding. My head's pounding. I got my whiteboard. Well, we can wait till August 11th, but I guarantee you August 11th is going to be, it was fraud. It's not under our purview. And that has to be taken up by the court system, something like that, or the Department of Justice. Well, there you go, Pete. That's some clarity. If you get a settlement, it's cash. You entered into a financial transaction. And by leaving your certificates of whatever they are at the broker-dealers, you're going to get a financial return. If you're in a brokerage private placement, there's all manner of things that you didn't originally sign up for. I assume K-1s or 1099s. Delays, explanations for things that went wrong. There's also the risk, even after 2 years of success, there's a risk that they prove that the new field discovery had a honey spot and the rest doesn't work. So you make a good point, Pete, that many people would probably just let the courts duke it out or let the financial system, I'll just take the cash when they come up with a settlement. Well, I hope by that time I'll be somewhere else, or I'll be in some different arrangement. I think wow, Schwab is helping people transfer. That's great. So Schwab still has some shares. For some reason, my firm doesn't, and I didn't. I was going to call this afternoon, but I didn't because I was on here. But I maybe should follow up. I don't know if the good Lord gives me more time, because I've certainly screwed up the time He gave me already. I wouldn't blame Him for saying somebody else can use that time better. Yeah, somewhere else. I like it here. I like DC, but there's been some vicissitude in my life, and I may go somewhere else. Well, that's true, Pete. Lots of us got in it for the short squeeze. I did it with the clarity of worst case, I would get shares of NextBridge, but this would be an example of a short squeeze because it was sitting right there. And by the way, they're going to argue in front of Congress, well, these are just greedy people trying to participate in a short squeeze. That's unfair. Well, what about 6 months, 6 years, 8 years of the criminals for years, unbalancing the supply demand picture with counterfeit sales. So they drove the price down, possibly taking $1 trillion out of the markets, hundreds of billions maybe, taking it offshore without paying taxes. And so they unbalanced supply and demand. And now we, with our due diligence, saw an opportunity that the unbalanced supply and demand had to get reconciled in a very short period of time. I think it's perfectly fair for us to make that bet. They made a bet all the way down that they could control it illegally. So anyway, yes, we thought there would be a squeeze, and it didn't happen. I also thought the backstop would be that we'd get shares of Nextbridge. And yeah, we bought in to make a profit. Can you transfer AST Roth shares? The rules have changed on Roth, and I used to know them really well, but it's been years, and I think they've even changed under Biden. And I think it's become really restrictive how much you can put in a Roth IRA now. And it's after-tax money. I don't know the answer. I'm going to guess that there would be no problem moving Roth shares to American Stock Transfer because it doesn't change your tax situation. I'm going to change my answer because it would be a distribution out of your Roth account. You would probably be restricted to what you're allowed to take out, and you might not want to cause that taxable. Oh, Lordy. Can I just beg off and say, let me look into it? Because I'm having a hard time coming up with a clear answer. Yeah, exactly, CJ Yukon. And that's what, by leaving your shares in your broker-dealer, I believe out of the 105 broker-dealers, as this goes further down the legal route, and just to be clear, I think, thank God for the legal route. It seems the only honest pathway out there. It just takes forever. But as it goes down and as they clarify the story, I think a lot of those broker-dealers are going to want to settle and just eat the loss. I'm surprised they haven't done it already. I'm surprised they haven't broken ranks already. I'm surprised the small, 80 of those broker-dealers haven't called their clients and said, you know what, we'll buy back the shares for what you paid them, what you paid for them. I think they would have found that 30-40% of the people would have said, okay, sure. They would have asked for a release. But I'm surprised they haven't done it yet. And then go back to the rest of them with a slightly better deal. On the other hand, what Schwab's doing right now is if they're moving, move it out, move it out, move it out, move it out, they're moving liability off of their desks by delivering shares to AST. Now, AST is not a trading platform, but Skydog, when GTII transferred warrants to Liberty Stock Transfer, Liberty Stock Transfer did set up an account for each person And I transfer. No. Yes, I did transfer my warrants there. They're not. They expired. That's why I'm hesitating, because there's nothing there now. Yes, the shares you put into American Stock Transfer, as long as you didn't sell them, would continue to have the deferred tax obligation at sale. But what I was trying to figure out is if you own shares in your Roth account, it's after-tax money, growing tax-free. And when you sell, you're right, you have a... I think what I remember of a Roth IRA, and I can be wrong, is it's after-tax money. Therefore, it is growing tax-free. If you take a gain, you're not paying taxes on it. But if you take money out, it's taxed at your income rate. And that's where I'm having a hard time coming up with an answer. If you take shares out of your Roth and put it at AST, is that just a lateral movement from one Roth account to another? Not. So I'm just having a hard time figuring out, does that cause a tax obligation? My guess is it does. You're distributing shares, and maybe you're not allowed to distribute shares from a Roth IRA. I don't know. It's just leaving me... Oh, they have no ability to trade. I think the answer there would be, Skydog. We would the big money would find a broker dealer willing to take all. I bet there's a broker dealer out there that's honest that would love to have 100,000 accounts and be able to transact the trades. And I bet that'll be in work. That'll be. I should go open up a brokerage account and do that work, because that'll be a huge payday. David, love the argument. It's unfair to want a short squeeze. They sold Billings contributions. How dare they? Exactly. Fingers holding up. I feel like I've driven this into the ditch by my lack of answering on the Roth and my rather confused answering on where you should put your shares. And I did think that American Stock Transfer could affect sales for you, but maybe I'm confusing that with having money at a fund. And I'm trying to think where I got that idea from. But anyway. Friday's good. MMAT went up after the news broke. Well, that's a good signal.
Sway. Go ahead. I want to give you a chance. Go ahead, Sway.
Sorry, I just wanted to say something to Frank that is very, very important. My niece, she's a journalist. She's in high school, and she's a journalist in a small town in Colorado. And I was able to share this story with her and with my family for the listening. And Frank, you're going to hopefully inspire the younger generation to be a journalist such as yourself.
I know the heat does wear on me.
And I just thought that was so important.
I think they're about to end this.
Mr. Nez.
I feel that. Honestly, I appreciate your words. I'm kind of honestly, I'm speechless. I just want to say thank you.
You're speechless, but you have the support of many. Yes. I told this, Frank. I told you this when we started talking the very first time. I said, you know, I greatly appreciate everything you're doing, but you need to come and join the fight with us because we're all going to support you. We all love what you do, and you stay true.
Distributions come from your contributions first, yes. Then earnings. If you take out more than you contributed, that's right.
Even though we fed you some information,
but I guess what you take out, that you, as long as it's what you put in, there's no tax. So that's the main difference. Yeah. 70 degrees. 70 degrees.
We just greatly appreciate that we have somebody, a journalist with integrity in our community, and that's just stay true. And then when I had that conversation with you, I meant it. Just stay true, be real, be yourself, and that's all I have to say. You're just a great person, and I'm glad to call you my friend.
I appreciate that, Busy. And honestly, guys, this is just a quick message to everybody.
This is Frank Nez.
Genuinely happy for every single one of you guys. This was a big move today, and as you guys know, people like Busy, Anna, and there's just so many more people within the community who are really putting in the work. You guys, it's literally been how many months, right? Since this entire thing has been
You don't know?
in progress. Started slow motion, and you guys really picked up momentum, and now you have 15 Congress members looking into this. This is a big deal.
It is a big deal.
I'm happy for you guys.
A day that will go down in glory.
I appreciate you guys more than you will ever know.
Thank you, Frank. I know that you're busy. You're more than welcome to stay up here, but if you have to drop off, carry on with your work. I know you're working on some projects, but we always appreciate your time. Thank you, Frank.
Yeah, thank you guys, and I hope everybody has a fantastic weekend. I'm sure we will talk very soon.
Thank you. So we're going to continue on with the lineup. It's going to be Smokey, Chad, Jarek, Anthony, spoke already.
They're continuing.
Anthony, but I still have you in here if you want to say
I thought they were calling me.
Professor Weber and Laker J.
I know. Poor lucky boy.
Thanks, Busy. I did want to say thanks to Frankie Nez. I just was cooking while you were calling. That's work that he did, you know, out of the goodness of
Frank, if they let us trade for 2 days, by definition, there won't be a halt.
So I do appreciate you for being able to do that. The other thing I want to say is, the main thing I wanted to say was congratulations to all of you. You all worked so very
So what I see on Finger right now is 521, and I see an ask of 533. Which is interesting.
I just want to say that you guys did amazing work, and it's fantastic.
All right, I may 3 minutes to go. I may just end it at that because I feel like I wasted your time for about an hour, and I didn't mean to.
The naysayers to constantly just keep a positive attitude towards all of this. I also want to thank
I think if you can get into AST, that's great, but that's just me. I think the financial system owes you big time. So
Curtis, all the way through. I don't know who's on the other side there. Drew, he's done a fabulous job. I mean, I know we don't get along, but he still has done his work. He's put in the work, and he's kept you guys on focus. So. He deserves
you bought 7. I bought Ruby. I sold 5, and I bought 19. So I tried to buy 20, but it only 19. But anyway, so I turned 5 into 19 at a higher price. So that's pretty cool.
There's been so many people I know. I'm not even speaking. Gray, he's done amazing work. He's He's constantly doing spaces. Everybody with their 24/7 space. You guys you did amazing stuff. You blew my mind away. Even
One
I was
more
down
minute.
times, and it's just
So
congratulations, good job, kudos to you.
I'm going to say thank you to everyone. I do keep trying to improve myself, but I fail miserably. But I do thank you. I'm glad Ham came on, glad Anna came on, glad that we had this success today. Why would I trade into AST if you can't trade it? Well, you can't trade what we have now. I guess my answer to you is I can't trade it now anyway. I believe in the management team and the company, and I guess that's my answer. But you're right. You can't trade it at AST. So one of the valuable things at your brokerage firm is if they ever let it trade again, which I have a very low view on. You know. All right, everybody. First option ever. All right. Well, remember, Ruby, as it's going up, if you have 6 of them, let's say you have 6, and it goes, you bought them at $1, and it goes any price up, but let's say just it goes to $5. Try to sell one to take your original money off the table. Just try to, try to nag. I know. Nag. Why didn't I think of that? No, Victor, it's a good question. You can tell that I don't have there's no clear-cut answer. Because if the system does what it's supposed to do, you'll get your money far more quickly by leaving your shares in the account, and I think you'll have a big payoff. But it's not clear yet that the system has come around to do it. Without you. Buzzards. Shouldn't we bury them, Josie? Buzzards gotta eat, same as worms. All right.
Just people that, I come on your spaces and get to hear brilliant minds, so I want to thank you for that. And Smokey, you provided so much DD for me early on when I was making contact.
Anna's great. Anna's great. So anyway, let me say peace, love, and happiness, and we'll reconvene Monday for sure, but maybe sooner. And I hope everyone enjoys their weekend. This is what winning feels like in Finger and in MMTLP. GTII will catch up. So stay strong. And sure, Victor, Yara. So, ciao.